Might need them for cheat sheets. Oh, here we go.
We are here live at Mountain West Media Days, days 2 of the festivities. Here we got San Diego State head coach Sean Lewis. Coach, how we doing?
I'm doing great, man. How are you?
Good. So, an intriguing year for you guys as you guys enter year 2 down in Southern California. Just talk to me about the optimism of the season. Year 1 didn't go for you as planned, but bounce back season in the books, I imagine.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're excited about what we got building down on the Mesa. We were able to retain all of our all-conference performers, 7 of them that were underclassmen with eligibility remaining, right? And so it was really about what we're becoming, what we're building, the work that our kids have put in. I've been really, really pleased with. I think the connection, the continuity, and the camaraderie that we have in our locker room right now is outstanding, and excited to get into camp here in 12 days as we report and get going.
Yeah, we talked to you, Ross and, Trey yesterday, those guys, being respectively the leader on your offense and defense. And, you talked about having them back, just how much of a morale boost has it been, even, for the young guys, the underclassmen, kind of the rally behind those guys, maybe as a stepping stone and a learning lesson, to seek behind those guys.
Yeah, I think as you look at the landscape of college football, right, like the old teams are winning, and they're winning in this portal era, in this NIL era, higher than they ever had, right? I think that's a tale as old as time, right? If you can get old and you can stay old because you have the opportunity to develop your talent, you have those senior leaders, that's really, really important. It always has been. But even now, in this day and age that we live in, which is so exciting, to be able to do all the things that we're able to do for our student athletes, to have those guys in the locker room, to know, hey, what it is that we're asking them to do, how we want them to do it, and why, and then to be really, that catalyst in the locker room to drive the change that we're looking for, to continue to establish our culture, and to get back to the winning ways that we're going to on the Mesa. It's been really, really fun.
I guess, what was the big learning lesson for you in year 1, from the MAC to the Mountain West? You were at Colorado in between those 2 stops. I mean, a lot of good coaches in this league, but I guess, what was the big, takeaway for you as you kind of, new conference and you kind of went on a new journey for yourself personally?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it was new, but there's a lot of things that were reinforced, right, that we've already touched on, to where the continuity in the locker room and the connection to your team is important as ever. I thought we did an unbelievable job of collecting a bunch of individuals last year, and I did a poor job, creating a team out of those individuals, because we had to do so much with the roster rebuild that you were acquiring so many bodies that ultimately putting a team together, when the adversity hit in the back half of the season, we weren't connected, we weren't tied together. And so that's been something we've been very intentional about as we've added new bodies, right? There was 23 new transfers that came in, plus the high school signing class. Like, we'll have right around 50 new guys yet again, right? And so being intentional about how we create that team, how we form those bonds, and then making sure that your trenches are right. Again, these are not new lessons, but they're reinforced. And obviously the strength and the depth and the quality of the coaches and the players, in this league, that's apparent. It's on display, the past 2 days. It's just fun. It's exciting, and ready to, again, roll the sleeves up, go back to work, and build our brand of football, and put a product on the field that our alumni, our supporters, everyone in all San Diego can be proud of.
Talk to me about this quarterback position a little bit, because you had Danny O'Neill, he transfers out.
Yeah.
And then now you got 2 new guys, Jaden Denegal's extremely small sample size. And then you got Bert, Central Michigan transfer, he's got the dual threat capabilities.
Mm-hmm.
Just talk to me about the versatility, and is most likely a fight for the QB1 job at camp upcoming.
Yeah, I mean, so starting with Danny, as you alluded to, right? I mean, we brought him in last year, and we've taken great pride everywhere that we've been in developing quarterbacks, and we did that. So good on him. He started as a true freshman. He got an opportunity to improve, his standing, get back into the Midwest. And so, ironically enough, everything that we talked about through his recruitment process, we got done. And I'm excited for him, and obviously the opportunity that is ahead of him at his new institution. Obviously, really, really thrilled to bring in Jaden and Bert. As a whole, the room is stronger than we were a year ago when we sat here, right? So from top to bottom, again, having quality talent, right, and then quality depth is really important, especially in that position. Everything that Bert and Jaden does, they do above the line. Now, both of them have exceptional skills, right, in terms of outliers that make them a little bit different. You alluded to Bert's athletic ability. I mean, he's got some genetic abilities that, he won the puberty lottery, right? I mean, and hit the jackpot a little bit in some things. And then Jaden, again, is is a big dude himself that has dual threat capabilities, that has exceptional arm talent, and also has a national championship ring, in his wardrobe with what the national championship that he won when he was backing up JJ McCarthy at Michigan, right? And so being a part of that culture and knowing how to lead, both of those guys having game experience and being older guys in the room, I love the way that they've come in. They've put their head down, they've worked, they have the respect of their teammates, and they're true leaders for us. So we'll see how things short out, this fall camp and everything, but you'll see both of them on the field this fall, and I'm excited to see what we're going to be able to do with them.
San Jose State with the spread and shred offense, they're a tough team to game plan for. You got them on the schedule this year. You're going to have them down in Southern California. Just talk to me about the challenges that the Spartans present, with all their plethora of options on offense.
Yeah, I mean, again, like their style of play, obviously very similar to ours. Love that way to attack it. Spread the field, put speed and space, and let them go operate and go to work. And so again, like as you alluded to, there's not one guy who makes it go. There's a multitude of weapons that you have to account for. And again, so it'll be a challenge. They're a little bit deeper. So obviously we'll have a little bit more insight as we get closer to that moment. As we sit here today, obviously Coach Niamatololo has done an unbelievable job going in there, flipping things and building off of what Coach Brennan had done, and putting his own mark on it. And again, excited for that great challenge that will come in the future here.
Here's a little bit of a coaching question or a little decision making. I'm going to throw it on the fly.
Let's do it.
You scored a touchdown in the fourth quarter with 4 minutes left, and you're down 14, you cut it to a one-possession game. Are you kicking the extra point, or are you going for two?
How much does that look like? 4 minutes?
You got 4 minutes left.
Probably going to kick one.
Okay. Because that's been the whole thing here, with the whole analytics angle, right?
Sure. Yep.
You kick the one, you go through the two, obviously the timeout situation, is a little bit different, but I would just always love to get the coaches, perspective on that. But
hey, there's a lot more that goes into that besides just that, right? Like flow of the game. Hey, are we down 14? And that's this is where, hey, one team's got 50, the other team has 40, right? Or is it, okay, hey, like we just scored for the first time, they just scored for the first time, right? So like, hey, the data is great, but they're guardrails, right? Like exactly. I'm not an end all be all, hey, live by the book, die by the book.
Yep.
There's a whole lot of other factors, the humans that are playing this game that go into it.
The human element of the game as well, and the players decide it on the field. There you
That's
have
right.
it. Sean Lewis, San Diego State head coach. Thanks for the time. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right.
There you have it. San Diego State head coach Sean Lewis taking some time for us today. Here at day 2 of the Mountain West Media Days, we're going to keep things rolling here. I would say pretty quickly here. We got New Mexico Lobo head coach Jason Eck that's going to be stepping in the forefront here. We're back here at live from Mountain West Media Days, Circa Resort and Casino. A great eventful day yesterday in day 1. We talked to a bunch of the student athletes. We talked to Ross Ulagalu Masoli for San Diego State. We talked to Trey White for San Diego State. And stepping up now for New Mexico, he's going to be stepping in very shortly. First-year head coach Jason Eck. How's it going, Coach?
Good, very well. How you doing, Jason?
Nice to meet you, Nick.
Nice to see you.
That mic is all yours, and we are off and running and rolling. We got New Mexico Lobo head coach Jason Eck. Coach, just first year in Albuquerque, spending some time and a lot of time, very successful at, the FCS level with the Idaho Vandals. Just talk to me about the transition period here because, first year for you out there in Albuquerque. I imagine it's been a whirlwind on your end, personally, but, at the same time, constructing a roster.
Yeah, I think anytime you're taking over a new team, especially in this era with the transfer portal where there's a lot of player movement anyway, it's a little bit of a daunting task because we'll have over 60 new players on our roster this fall. So, building that, just getting those guys to Campus One, and then now really trying to work hard to form a team, to get guys to come together and build great relationships and build that team chemistry is critical. But it's been a very good transition. Family has really enjoyed it. The people of Albuquerque, people of New Mexico have been very welcoming to our family and really enjoyed learning more about the culture down there and becoming a part of the community.
For you guys on offense, it's not too much of a transition when you got your quarterback in Jack Lane, who very well, who's just going to be stepping right in here, navigating this offense. Talk to me about the relationship that you guys have established, from Idaho that's going to be translating back here to Albuquerque and I imagine that's much easier when you kind of have a built rapport with the guy that you've coached with for several years.
Yeah, and even going back further than that, our offensive coordinator, Luke Schleisner, me and him have been coaching together since 2016. So this will be our 10th year coaching together. So we're really on the same page with what we like to do offensively. Have a great comfort level with each other. He was the one who recruited Jack Lane to come to Idaho, and then when we got Jack to come down here, it has been a nice thing to have somebody who knows your system and can help teach the other guys the system. I battled a little injury in the spring, but he's 100% now. Still going to have a competition. A guy named James Lobstein, who was our backup last year at New Mexico, really had a good year in the spring and improved a lot. So we'll have to nail down who the starter is in the fall. But Jack Lane is smart. He's a great leader. He's tough. So definitely good to have him on our side.
Yeah, no, definitely interesting. Especially with the transfer portal now. Every coach has their kind of own philosophy on just the pipeline that they want to go in. You can kind of take a nosedive on the FCS, kind of give those guys an opportunity to take another step in the right direction and another level up. Scotty Humphrey, and you're at the running back position, a prime example of that. Just talk to me about was that kind of the strategy that you envisioned? Like, okay, I know the FCS very well from my time at Idaho. I'm going to give these guys an opportunity and bring them here to Albuquerque.
Yeah, a couple things. One, I've always just valued when you're looking at transfers, I've really valued production and experience because I just feel if you're starting to look at transfers who haven't played a lot, you're almost better starting with the high school guy because you can put your stamp on him more than that. But when you bring in a guy who has less years of eligibility, I want a guy who's played a lot and had a lot of reps. And again, I think those guys can be easier to get at the group of 5 level. There's not a lot of transfers who played a lot at Ohio State or Michigan or dying to transfer to the Mountain West. So that led us to some of the lower levels, and I think also our experience, especially with the guys who played in the Big Sky Conference and things. We knew a lot about those guys. We knew that not just Scott Trey, but Damon Bankston is a great back too. Was a 1,000-yard back last year. Did a great job. Had a 100-yard game versus Washington. So we are banking on those guys being able to really help us out, and they're excited to be here. They're just like me. I walk into our facility every day, and I'm blessed because this is the nicest facilities I've had as a head coach, and I think the players feel that the same way, which sometimes is a little different than when you have a transfer who's coming from a Power 4 place.
For sure. You got San Jose State on the schedule this year. Just talk to me about the challenges that they present because they're high on the preseason polls. This is a team that's very hyped up. Coach Ken, entering year 2 out there in the Bay Area. They're going to play fast, and they got themselves a feisty defense. This is a team that's going to be early on in the Mountain West schedule.
Yeah, I'm so impressed with Coach Ken and what he's been able to do, even going back to when he was at Navy, built such a great program. And then, I think it's really a testament to him as a coach now that his offensive philosophy has shifted, and he's tried to fit his offense to the school he was at. Going from the option things they ran more at Navy to now more of that run and shoot attack that they're running there. Great quarterback coming back. I got a chance to just see them play late at night sometimes in those Friday night games when we were at the hotel. I was very impressed with their offense. I think I saw that battle they had against Washington State. It was a heck of a game.
Double overtime.
So, it'll be a challenge going out to play them on the road. It's a short week as well, playing them on a Friday night. So that always gives you a little bit more challenge as a coach because you're a day shorter in your preparation. But very excited to compete about those guys and, excited to be in the conference with them for a long time.
Before we sign off with you, you've been in Albuquerque for a little bit now. Red or green chili?
I've become a green chili guy. I really like green chili. I had some yesterday morning before I took off here on my breakfast burrito. So
there you go. So Gabe came on with us yesterday, and he said, "Oh, I like Christmas, just the best of both worlds." We found out.
Yes.
So that's awesome, and I love asking all the folks from New Mexico out there because that's a staple.
It is a staple, and you get that question a lot. And I'll be honest, when I first got there, I didn't know. So I said Christmas just because I thought it kind of sounded cool to say Christmas, but then now I really have accepted who I am. I'm a green guy.
I love it. There you have it, New Mexico head coach Jason Eck. Thanks for the time. Best of luck this season.
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you. There you have it, New Mexico head coach Jason Eck.
You like green or red chili?
Oh, I eat it all. I tear it up. It's politically correct, I think, to say because you're like the best of both worlds. You're not aggravating you're not saying.
I love it. We got everybody in our hospitality crew talking about the the red and green chili. It is a staple. I got family out there in New Mexico. I've been out there in quite some time, but it really is. That's just part of the culture out there in New Mexico, where it is simply that's what they indulge in, like that. You will go out, like they will literally have, you could literally plant that from the ground up. You can make it yourself. They throw it in everything. So, you know, Gabe for New Mexico, their defensive lineman, threw us with the Christmas, and kind of shocked everyone by surprise. And hey, look, Jason Eck is head coach for the Lobos. He's starting to learn from his players that, hey, like I'm here coaching in Albuquerque. I am going to get the full experience. And for the New Mexico Lobos, you're one with the new coach. I mean, they're going to be in a very intriguing team, because how to get his take on just the whole FCS pipeline. And he brought up some very good points. You could get a guy that's an experienced guy, but you want an experienced guy that's got snaps, an experienced guy, an upperclassman, that's been around the block and has played, meaningful football. And there's some guys out there, where like he said, where they're at the SEC, they're at the Power 5 level, and they rot on the bench, and then you bring them in, and you kind of really don't know what you're getting. So the transfer portal, from a coaching standpoint, is very interesting and intriguing on just the direction that they want to take it. So it's I like that a lot. It's very intriguing on that end, that all these coaches decide to go their own route. And Coach Eck, everybody hits the portal. New Mexico was a great offense last year. They were number 4 in rushing offense as a whole in college football last year. So that was just an absolute juggernaut. The problem was the defense was horrendous last year. They had Devin Dampier and Eli Sanders. Sanders went to USC, the running back, and then Dampier went to Utah, and they brought the OC with them. And new head coach out here from New Mexico. We're going to be talking to the former Lobo head coach, and Bronco Mendenhall, who's now at Utah State. So we're going to definitely get his take. I imagine he's going to get a jillion questions on why he left New Mexico. And by the time he gets to us, he's going to be sounding like a broken record, explaining why. But that's a Utah homegrown guy. That I imagine that's what he'll say, but we're going to still throw it out to him. But he took that team to 5 wins when they were only projected to win 2 last year. Now, this is a roster for the Lobos this year that they're going to be very challenging, as far it's going to be challenging for them. It very much helps that they have Jack Lane, an upperclassman. Look, he beat the Wyoming Cowboys last year with that Idaho team that he was on, navigating. So Idaho's played a lot of these Mountain West teams over the past couple of years. So it's not like Jason Eck, this is uncharted territory, going to some of these Mountain West destinations. But it's definitely a thing here for New Mexico, where, and just Jason Eck and Jack Lane and the rest of the crew, where, hey, they've been exposed to some situations, and they've been out there, and they got to feel some good confidence, knowing that, hey, we've pulled off an FCS upset against some guys that are necessarily not the most physical, because let's just be honest, the FCS guys are not, minus the North Dakota States, the Montana States and such. There's a disadvantage for them from a physicality standpoint, and the athlete is just completely different. That's recruited at that level. So there's definitely some disadvantages there, but he was able to go pull off some big time wins. I mean, he had 3 years at Idaho, and he made the FCS playoffs all 3 years, and that was a guy that just kept getting better and better and better. So, but me personally, I'm very high on the New Mexico Lobos and what they hired from a long-term standpoint. I think Jason Eck's the guy. I think he's going to get this team to where they need to go, which, we talked about it yesterday, just from the New Mexico standpoint, that, they need to get some butts and seats over there at University Stadium. And, unfortunately, that's been that's been a little bit of a challenge for them, simply just because they haven't been winning games. And we asked the players from them yesterday, like, hey, what's it going to take to get there? And he's like, we just got to simply win. And we saw it towards the back end of last year. When the team started winning, the building started filling up a little bit more. But they're like we said yesterday as well. They're the only show in town. There's no excuse that even if they're a 4-win team, that there's no reason why that they can't construct themselves a real home field advantage out there in Albuquerque. So, that's one that's a little bit still baffling to me, just given, the support of the basketball program, and it just really hasn't backed up with football. Fernando Lovo, New Mexico, the AD for New Mexico, he is pro football big time. So he is going to be pumping in a lot of money on this football program, making sure that, hey, we've gotten some support for hoops, and that's great, but football is also what's going to pay the bills for us as well, and give us a whole lot of support around all of our athletics. So I'm very interested to see, just from a long-term standpoint, how this holds up. New Mexico personnel wise, they have Jack Lane, they have Scotty Humphrey. Like, that's going to be a really good 1-2 tandem. Like those handoffs with Lane to Humphrey is going to be the real deal. Humphrey, Montana State transfer, so he played a bunch of meaningful football. The past couple of years with the Montana State Bobcats. Was in the FCS championship game last year. Has made plenty of FCS playoff runs as well, and he absolutely torched New Mexico last year. I think he had like over 150 rushing yards on the ground in the Week 0 game, and Montana State beat New Mexico in Albuquerque. So that's just another prime example of what the Lobos, and what these FCS guys, have in their toolbox. That they could go out there, and torch themselves in FBS defense. So they've brought in the right pipeline of guys that I think will keep them competitive in some certain spots this year, but I think overall it might be a little bit of a rough year, just given the schedule. I mean, they play in Ann Arbor, Michigan, like in week 1, and we talked about we chatted about it in day 1. When we were breaking down the schedules here at Mountain West Media Days, that's going to be one of those games where, are you going to really learn about your team when it's all said and done? Sure, you might learn that that they're not going to quit for fourth quarters and stuff like that, but that's just going to be such a grueling game from start to finish for that team in New Mexico, and it's gonna be one of those where they go up and down, and they're hopping back on the plane ride back to Albuquerque, probably with the blowout loss in their back pocket, and they're all of a sudden thinking, okay, yeah, we learned a little bit more about our competitive nature, but as a football team, can this set us up? Can we take some concepts that are gonna help us, for week 2 of the football season? So that's the only downside when you got a first year head coach, all these new players, a whole lot of change on your roster, and you get a juggernaut of a game like that. That's what stinks for New Mexico in that regard. And look, we talked to 2 head coaches. We talked to Sean Lewis for San Diego State. We talked to Jason Eck for New Mexico, and they both said the same thing, that San Jose State defense, or offense rather, is gonna be tough to stop, just given what they got going on there with the spread and shred offense. Up tempo doesn't really come from one guy. They're not overly reliant on just one offensive player, and that's gonna be a really tough deal. San Jose State plays at San Diego State, towards the back half of the season, I believe, on a Saturday night, and then New Mexico comes into San Jose on a Friday. As well, in the Bay Area, for what's going to be a tough game out there. You talked about it, short week. Those short week games are never easy. Playing on a Friday, has the advantage after the fact when you get the extra day, but you lose a day of game prep. So, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. There's tons of teams in that situation this year, some more than others. But look, that's what they've been doing here with the primetime slots. In the Mountain West, you're gonna play on Fridays for the most part. It's Fridays and Saturdays. They don't really go off the rails outside of that. But Friday's not the worst. It's not like you're the Conference USA and you're playing on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and it just completely throws off your clock overall as far as like, wait, I got sociology class, and all of a sudden I gotta go play a football game. Like it's just completely throws the players out of whack in that sense. For all those other teams and other conferences, that have that some sort that those weird scheduling games, or uncharacteristic, if you will, because of just the television deals and stuff like that within the league. So we got some good stuff brewing here at Mountain West Media Days. We've talked to two head coaches. We got plenty more coming. We got Mountain West Commissioner Gloria Navarez as well. That's gonna be stepping up and in here in a little bit. So we got plenty more coming your way. We're gonna take a short break, and when we come back, we're gonna have more coverage here at Mountain West Media Days in Las Vegas. We are back live at Mountain West Media Days for day 2 of the festivities here at Circa Resort and Casino. We got San Jose State up on deck as I'm Nick Urias, coming to you live straight from the Strip in Las Vegas, Nevada. We had special thanks to Sean Lewis and Jason Eck for San Diego State and New Mexico for coming on to us and, talking, Lobo and Aztec football. Very thankful for their time and, for coming on and, taking a few short minutes for us to chat with them about, what the season's in store for them. But we got ourselves San Jose State that's going to be coming in here very shortly with Coach Ken Niumatalolo. Year 1 of the Coach Ken era out in San Jose. I mean, just pretty remarkable, way above expectations, finishing 7-6, 3-4 in the Mountain West. But there was I would say the expectations were, I wouldn't say like ultra low, but they were definitely lower. If the Spartans can make a bowl game, I think a lot of Spartan fans and people around the Mountain West media would be like, hey, San Jose State had a good year. I'm interested to see what Coach Ken values that year 1. Just given everything that he had that went his way. I mean, he had Nick Nash, first team All-American. He had a top 50 offense, a top 60 defense in all of the FBS last year. And I mean, look, there was a lot of uncertainty. Maybe not with the roster in the sense, but just how things were going to go. That be maybe the scheme. Was he going to come in fresh off of the UCLA director of leadership gig, and was he just going to just run the triple option, or was he gonna go elsewhere? And he brought in Craig Stutzman. Year 1 was an absolute smash hit for the Spartans in that regard, and with their offense. And Coach Stutzman, we've chatted with him a bunch in the past. Just him addressing all of that. That hey, we're here to play fast. We're here to maximize possessions. We're not going to necessarily play that time of possession game, but when we have the ball, the objective is to score and score quick. And, so that's not the philosophy for a lot of teams, but that's the way San Jose State has been built. And look, Coach Ken has given a lot of flexibility to his 2 coordinators, the OC Craig Stutzman and the defensive coordinator, Derek Odom. Some may argue a little too much, but hey, he respects his guys. Coach Ken is one of these guys where he's going to step in if necessary. If he needs to override, just like any head coach does and needs to do. But for Coach Ken, there was a lot of adversity, a lot of different things going on, and for San Jose State, they had to change the scenery quite a bit. As we got Mountain West Commissioner Gloria Navarez stepping up and in. Gloria, how are you? Thanks for taking some time.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we talked at basketball media days. Just
Yes.
just talking about the change in the landscape, and you're obviously so busy this time of year, and preparing for the football season, but just the league overall, just absolute smash hit given the college football playoff expansion. The G5 representative going to Boise State in the Mountain West. I mean, just exactly how you drew it up, right?
Yeah, exactly. 100%. No, it was really a special season last year because before our champ game, we knew that the winner, whoever it was going to be a CFP team. That's how much depth there was in the league and the rankings of those 2 teams. And honestly, I really think we're headed for the same situation this year.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you see Boise State, the preseason favorite. San Jose State's most certainly been a darling in this thing as well. The way that they've played and the way that things go. I guess talk to me because about just the championship game. The stakes were high. That was to me, just the most high stakes game of the entire conference championship weekend. The fact that you got it on the standalone window on the Friday night. Talk to me about the date, the time, the location. I think matters. Playing on the home campuses. Just the significance.
Well, yeah,
of
being
that.
on a home campus really brings an excitement level, especially when
Exactly.
you don't know who the opponents are going to be a week before the event, because it's such a tight race. It was the 5th highest watched conference championship game last season. We hit 3 million viewers on Fox. So it was really a special moment for us.
Boise State, they do the whole court storming. Were you now you could don't be afraid to sugarcoat it here. Were you kind of the field goal post kind of catch you by surprise? Like,
I didn't think we saw them trying to pull it down. I didn't think they'd get it because it actually is designed not to be pulled down, and they did it. It was crazy.
Yeah. As far as the, just the league, and this is gonna be the last year of the Mountain West as we know it. Just talk to me about just the future of the league. We got Northern Illinois, we got UTEP, we got the surprise of Grand Canyon coming in this year for basketball. Just a remodeled landscape that's going to be coming in, and we've talked in the past. The geographic element of and keeping that, and the blueprint of the Mountain West is still very important to you.
Yes, and we're no stranger to membership changes. We are the league of BYU, TCU, Utah, they all have come through, and our new schools were selected based on the geography, like mission and values. I think there's a lot of natural rivalries that will develop. There's a lot of excitement in those schools coming in. In Northern Illinois, we added in football only because football is a little bit different. You only travel once a week, and you usually charter, so we felt we could stretch our geographic boundaries a little bit more there. And then you mentioned Grand Canyon coming in as soon as this fall, and we couldn't be more excited because we think they are going to have an immediate positive impact on us.
Yeah, no doubt. For just the football aspect of things, San Jose State, and just overall, they're married to the Mountain West here for the long-term future. Just talk to me. You're from those parts. You're from the Bay Area.
Yeah.
You went to Santa Clara High School.
I did.
So just talk to me about just San Jose State and just the growth that they've had within their athletics, because 5 years ago to now, there's been some exponential growth.
Yeah, and my father went to San Jose State. He played ran track for Bud Winters. My first job in college athletics was for Dr. Charlie Whitcomb at San Jose State, and so certainly have a high affinity. But to your point, downtown San Jose and the area around the campus has grown so much in the near recent decades. It's just such an exciting time, and the facilities, the golf practice facility that's happening there, the renovations at Spartan Stadium, all again indicative of the upward trajectory in the league.
We got any scheduled trips planned for the upcoming football season? I know you're out there for the Sac State game. Is there a game that you got circled, a standalone window, or just a high profile Mountain West game in San Jose?
We have not yet nailed down all of our travel schedules. We try to fan out, but I will be down in San Jose for a game.
Okay.
No doubt.
Just as far as San Jose State goes, I get obviously NIL so significant in things, and and the San Jose and the NIL has been a little bit slow. They're definitely trying to crawl their way back in there with the heavyweights as far as this league. Have you had any conversations with just the athletic director, SJSU AD Jeff Konya, maybe some other people within just the athletic department? Just as far as boosting that that up, and as far as the NIL and the growth there.
All of our schools are committed to participating in NIL and revenue distribution, or revenue sharing, I should say. But we're not going to be at the 20.5 million cap that the autonomy for the defendants to the House lawsuit will be at. But all of our folks will be competitive and in line with their institutional values and mission and goals. So I'm very enthused. I think we're going to play ball like we always do. Are we going to be, handing out 20.5 million? No, but we will be nationally competitive.
As far as the Mountain West, as far as growth, I mean, you got to kind of just have like an open door policy with all the conference realignment stuff now. Like, we might be able to add at any time, if the opportunity presents itself. Is that the mindset that you kind of have, just kind of the way things have gone over the past couple of years?
Yeah, we have a membership subcommittee tasked with constantly looking at the environment. We're on a pause for now. We're going to get through our media rights, but I would never say never, but adding or expanding at this point right now is not a high priority.
Just for the Mountain West, we got Grand Canyon, we got, UTEP and Northern Illinois, you got Hawaii as a full-time member here. just from a the football aspect, the college football playoff, just I mean, exciting times for the league, and stuff, and just overall, just I mean, just from your vantage point, from the time that you stepped in here, and to where you are now, and you're gonna keep growing here. You're always shooting for higher and higher. Do you feel like you're in a good spot? With the Mountain West. Just how things have gone. Since you stepped into your role.
Yeah. And certainly you referenced this is a time of tremendous change. But what I really appreciate about the league is when we were faced with the membership changes, everybody linked arms and we moved decisively and quickly. And that's not something I could have done as an individual administrator or commissioner. That was really indicative of our presidents and athletic directors coming together saying, this is what we want it to look like. This is what we're going to do. And within a couple months, we had secured our new membership and all committed to a grant of rights through 2032. So I couldn't be more pleased with the stability, the direction, and the commitment in the league.
We'll love it. I have to say you're doing a great job. Just
Thank you.
Just the Mountain West, I feel like is in a very good spot. Just especially the way things have gone last year with the football. I feel like they're, and you most certainly think that. I most certainly think that they're going to be in the forefront. With the college football playoff, and once again, and the way things are going right now. This wasn't the reality, 2-3 years ago. Now, you guys are really, it's really the conversation now, for years to come, given this thing.
Well, and I think I'm feeling at this media day a lot of excitement around Spartan football.
No doubt. There you have it. Mountain West Commissioner Gloria Navarez, thanks for the time. Looking forward to catching you at a game in San Jose.
Yeah, we'll see you then. Thank
Sounds
you.
Good. Thank you very much. Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There you have it. Mountain West Commissioner Gloria Navarez. Appreciate her for the time. As man, I have to say she's doing a brilliant job just because of just where the Mountain West is at. They don't get me wrong, they got the whole exodus going on and all these teams breaking up, but man, the fact that I would say Boise State was definitely in the conversation last year. Like, okay, highest group of 5 representative. They got a chance to go out. If all things go right. They're definitely in the conversation once again. Boise State, because they got that high profile game at Notre Dame. They just can't slip up the way things go. I think the Mountain West just overall is just really improved, over the past couple of years, and this is something that we've talked about in the past. The floor of the league is not as bad as it was. I would say 5 years ago, like when San Jose State was the laughing stock. They were only winning 1 game. Like, look, you're seeing Nevada was, the worst team in the league last year, and they won 3 games, and they were ultra competitive. They had like six 1-possession losses. So, the league's in a very good spot. I think the revamped and remodeled Mountain West, I think, is going to help out, a lot of teams. Just given the fact that, look, like, you're going to have more eyeballs. She talked about the television, the television deal that's getting restructured. And, that's definitely, you're going to definitely going to be nice. You're going to be playing on primetime TV. And, look, the one thing I really respect, and, this is something that Gloria has prioritized, is playing on home fields, playing on your home field, playing on home campuses. That is so important because all the Power 5 leagues, they got the sponsors, but whatever, like the Big 12 championship game for football is at Jerry World. The SEC championship game is in Atlanta at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. When the Mountain West, when you watch that Mountain West championship game on Friday night, in a standalone window and nobody else is watching, they're playing at Boise State, they're playing at UNLV, they're playing, where the fans are rallying behind it, the team's back. There's a real home field advantage. I think it just makes the number one, just the top seed in the league just so much more important, compared to, okay, whatever, first, second, whatever the case may be, we're going to just still play this on a neutral. There's just more significance for the season, tiebreakers, whatever the case may be, to be like, hey, like, this is the deal. We're gonna, you got to play to the final week, and you gotta showcase that if you want this thing, and you want that home field advantage, which is obviously massive. There's not a whole lot of teams that have won, as of late on the road. In the Mountain West Championship game, I remember Fresno went to Boise a few years back, and Utah State went to San Diego State a few years back. So I guess I refute that statement. There's definitely been some. There's definitely been some upsets as far as the road team going on the road and pulling it off, but for just overall, I mean, last year Boise State just put a beat down on the UNLV Rebels, and that game seemed to be over at halftime, but I think it had a lot to do with the crowd. And Gloria Navarro's Mountain West commissioner, she told us, like, hey, I was not expecting the field goal post to come down. I expected a very good crowd and a potential storm the field, if you will, but like then she did not get to that magnitude. She did not expect it to get to that magnitude, but just from her tone and the way that she was kind of coming out, and the way that she responded to that, she kind of really didn't mind it. Like, hey, we kind of need you know the league to kind of have its moment. And that Friday night game with Boise State clinching the college football playoff that night on their home field, that it was just one of those situations where things are going to go off the rails. And I think the league did a really good job at just backing it up, letting it happen. And it was just a big time moment for all parties involved there, for everybody within the Mountain West. So um, I mean, that was definitely, from the league's perspective, a good sight to see. And like we talked about, definitely on on the upswing. And I think from the conference realignment standpoint, I think the league will have a harder time keeping up with the basketball aspect of it. That's why maybe the Grand Canyon ad, the Grand Canyon ad definitely helps. I'm a big fan of it. For as far as Grand Canyon basketball under Bryce Drew, I mean, look, they all of a sudden emerged to like a top three home court environment, and you know, fighting up there with Utah State. So there's definitely a whole lot to be impressed about. With just with the Grand Canyon ad, I think you get the Arizona location and market as well, which most certainly helps. And that's what they're trying to do. The league. They're trying to diversify their portfolio in that regard, trying to hit every media market. But at the same time, still trying to fit and find that blueprint. Like UTEP, perfect fit for the league. Northern Illinois, it's you're not in the heart of Chicago. You're kind of in a suburb out there in DeKalb. But still, I think I would say from the Northern Illinois edition, I would probably from in that regard don't branch out any further than that from a geographical perspective, because then I think it could get a little hairy. But look, I think the Mountain West is doing a really good job at you know making the proper additions, while at the same time still trying to fit into their brand name. And I think that is so important. And what they're trying to do here. And like we said, the league is in a very good spot. Uh, yeah, Gloria from San Jose went to Santa Clara High School. She talked about her San Jose State history, which is pretty cool. She's got some tons of Bay Area ties out there in the South Bay. And for and just overall, from Gloria's perspective, that this is her job. That hey, she's got to go out there and support. She's got to go out there and support all the members, and go out there, support the team, rally behind them, engage with the community and the crowd. This is a part of the job. and she's very busy. She has that portion of her schedule. I mean, look, she doesn't have her schedule because we asked her. I was like, hey, you got the San Jose State game circled on which one you're going to? Because I mean, look, there's more to what she's doing than just football and basketball. She's at the track and field championships. The outdoor championships. I believe it was like in New Mexico or Las Vegas like a few months ago, or in the spring season. Excuse me. But there is so much more to this. She talked about their golf facility, right there on South Campus, like in San Jose. Like there is just so much that goes into the job as far as engaging in your members and attacking and supporting every single sport. I mean, it's a hefty job, and the league's in a good place with her. So you got to give her a whole lot of credit. So Gloria Navarro is always good talking with her. Just talking about just the landscape, of just college athletics and where things are at, because she's gotta almost she's gotta take things with the grain of salt in a sense, but at the same time, in certain situations, she's gonna go out there and think about it, like, hey, we kind of have to maybe consider this, given conference realignment stuff whatever. You got to go out there and with the job that she has, and really consider all options on the table. And she's got herself probably a team where they're going through everything, talking about the long term, the short term aspects and impacts, and that's why that's her job. That's what she does, and that's why she's got a team behind her to make all those the executive decisions. But the Mountain West definitely going to be going through some changes. The rivalry aspect is just the part that I'll miss, and some schools are prioritizing it more than others. And it's a lot of times it's just less. Some people just can't agree to it, and whether that be just strength of schedule. It just stinks because with a century worth of rivalries, or a century worth of a rivalry, is just going to get flushed out the window with the border war, with Colorado State and Wyoming, which I absolutely hate. So look, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to have more live interviews from Mountain West Media Days, day 2 of of what we're doing here in Las Vegas, Nevada. So don't go anywhere. We got San Jose State, UNLV, Utah State, and Wyoming still up on deck here at Mountain West Media Days. We are back live at Mountain West Media Days, here straight from the Strip in Las Vegas, Nevada. We got Wyoming head coach Jay Sawvell. Coach, how we doing?
Good. Excited to be here.
Exciting to be here, and I feel like an exciting time for you as you enter year 2 out in Laradice for the Wyoming Cowboys. Just not the greatest year last year for you guys. I know you want to improve win-loss results, but you just talk to me about the optimism heading into 2025. Seems like you guys got some new personnel groupings, and talking with your guys yesterday, a lot of confidence.
Yeah, I mean, last year, you can't hide from the fact that we underachieved the standard. It didn't play the way that we needed to throughout the course of the year. There is a lot of optimism right now, and we have an optimism for that is the fact that we kept a number of our top players, okay, which was the first step to it. We felt like that we have good players in certain areas, and we needed to keep those, and we were able to do that. The second part to it was we had a number of players that were playing for us a year ago that needed another year of development. We had quite a few redshirt freshmen playing for us in certain spots, certain key spots, and the development that they've had through another year of off season and weight room and all that has shown, and so there's improvement there. The third thing is that I realized that we needed to build more depth and competition in our roster. We've added 46 players from last year, and we've really added a range of players that fit very well in the program, very well within what we need to do, bring a maturity level, bring a toughness level, bring a size and physicality level to them that all makes a big difference in it. And so those are the reasons that we sit there and say, okay, there's an optimism, is the fact that we're a substantially different football team than what we were this time a year ago.
Sure. You guys, retooling some things at the quarterback position. Caden Anderson, had some good games for himself, at the QB1 spot last year in the back half of the season. Just talk to me about his development, and what have you seen most grow from him as, he blossoms into the full-time role here?
Well, I think, first of all, when Caden first got to Wyoming, he was coming off an ACL injury in high school. And, so he redshirted his first year. And then even into like last summer, he was just getting himself, physically back to where he wanted to be. Right now, he's physically well above and beyond anything he's been since he's been at Wyoming. Feels great, looks great. Really excited about, the season about to start and that type of thing. But also, the better that he's feeling, the better that he's doing in it all. He's created more and more confidence in himself. He's already a confident person and a confident player, but and then everybody in the program looks to him as they trust him. They understand that he's a good player, and so we're excited about Caden going forward. There's a dramatic change between where Caden was from a physical standpoint now and where he was a year ago or 18 months ago.
Evan Svoboda, he was former quarterback. Now he's at the tight end position. Just talk to me about that transition. As obviously, a drastic change. How has he handled that, and how has he kind of fit into what you guys are trying to do here?
Yeah. So Evan, first kind of crossed the idea with me at the end of last year when we had made the move to put Caden at quarterback, and I thought, okay, this is a good idea, and we need to do this. And after the season was over, he and I had a talk, and he was going to be full bore, sold out to it. Evan Svoboda has an NFL body,
yep,
right? And he wants to play in the NFL. And okay, quarterback didn't work out, so now let's turn our attention to this. And you're talking about, he did very well with it in the spring. He's got very good hands. He's a very fast athlete. This is a guy that's over 22 miles an hour at top end speed. He's 250 pounds.
Yeah.
Okay. So, he's a very good athlete, and he's learning the position. I think there's a real upside for him, even beyond Wyoming, because he's so new at it. But no, he'll be a big factor for us this year. We're that tight end room is a really good room at Wyoming right now, so we're fortunate with that.
Yeah, you're heading into year 2, and in your role as the head coach, you've been in the pipeline, just in this program for quite some time, as an assistant, last year the Mountain West as we know it, which means you're not going to get the same traditional matchups, and obviously the rivalry game, the border war between you guys and Colorado State. This might be the last time we see it for the long-term future. Just talk to me about that matchup. Obviously it means a lot. It's over a century old, and we might not get that anymore. Just how do you feel about just that aspect of it, just given all the landscape changes?
Yeah, I'm a traditionalist in a lot of sense, and I don't like that. I get concerned over, okay, that game needs to continue, and that game it's a real thing. That game needs to be played. And not all change is for the good.
Yep.
Okay. And so, look, I'm fortunate and honored that we're still a member of the Mountain West, and we'll be going forward. Same with San Jose and the whole thing that way. I just, I don't look and view the changes that are happening within the conferences. Like, I don't, in either situation, like, I don't, that's not progress, in that regard. That's my opinion.
Sure. Last one for you on the way out. You get San Jose State in Laradized this year. You played them in San Jose. You've kind of gotten a taste of that spread and shred offense and that scheme and what it's about. I mean, just talk to me about the difficulties of game planning it, because there's not necessarily one designated guy. It's a plethora of guys. You've game planned it for before. Just talk to me about the difficulties of the Spartans.
Yeah, well, they're very good with what they do. They've got a sound system. Quarterback is a good player that he knows where he wants to go with the ball. They're very well schooled and fundamental because of where they are formationally and how far spread out certain things are. That you're not in a disguised look. A lot of things become pretty clear, and so there's a lot of little things to it. They're actually a team that I've spent time working on through the course of the summer, even when we don't play them till our 6th game of the year.
Yep.
And it's because of the fact that there's a little bit of a uniqueness to them, and in that, but it's also like it's going to be a very important game for both programs when we get to that. And so, Coach Ken does a great job with the program, and so we have a tremendous amount of respect for them. And really, in recent history, Wyoming hasn't had a lot of success with San Jose, so that's a big piece to it too. And we got to try to figure out a way to change that.
Well, best of luck this season out in Laradise. The altitude will definitely be to your advantage, and best of luck out there.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Jay Sawvell, Wyoming head coach. Appreciate his time as he's just running the gauntlet out here at Mountain West Media Days, interview after interview. Man, he provided some great insights on I love it. He's already doing the homework on the San Jose State Spartans during the summer. So, that right there is something. He was not afraid to sugarcoat anything. He talked about it, that he's a traditionalist, just like I am. I'm one of these guys that, hey, I want the rivalry game. I've made that clear here throughout the past, throughout today and yesterday, that, hey, we need the big time games, because we need those games where, two teams that don't like each other, and, just because, the politics of, the league are getting in the way of it, it's unfortunate, but it's outside of his control. But, for a guy that's been at Wyoming, for several seasons, been in the pipeline, that's a guy that, that just has the utmost respect, for the rivalry game, just how it be for San Jose State or Fresno State or whatever rivalry. So, I appreciated, his take on everything there. And, for the Wyoming, situation, they're definitely a team to keep an eye on. That tight end room is going to be very, very good with Evans Svoboda and John Michael Gillenborg. So I'm very much looking forward to what they have up their sleeve there in Laramie. So we got some more interviews that we're going to be lining up here. We're just going to be banging through all of these now. Wyoming came in. We got UNLV that with Dan Mullen, first year head coach for for the Rebels. Very intriguing hire there. Coming straight from TV. This guy was doing college football final to wrap up the Saturday slate every week, and now all of a sudden he's leading a football program in the Mountain West. Trying to keep the winning culture alive out here in Las Vegas. Because, like we said, UNLV, this is a team that's won 20 games the past 2 seasons, and Dan Mullen, is a guy. He's got the SEC background. He's been, he's got tons of experience, Mississippi State, Florida, and it was clear. And when he comes by, we're gonna see, because there's no way that he was leaving TV because he was really good at it, just to come and take a job that he did not like. So I'm very excited to get his take on a whole lot of things. But while we wait for him, Wyoming, the tight end room, John Michael Gillenborg and Evans Svoboda. It's just such an interesting transition with the former quarterback in Svoboda, because he's got the big time frame and body, like 6'5", 250. Like, he is just a monster. So he's already got the tight end built body, which is just very cool to see. So I'm excited to see that. Obviously the altitude, is advantage Cowboys, and he's not like, well, I hope, the altitude could, help us out there. So, I'm excited to see, what Wyoming has, because I do think, it could potentially be a much better year for them. Jay Sauvel said it himself that, it is just one of those, developmental type seasons where, he knew that, year one wasn't going to be the greatest. He just came out and clearly said it. He probably didn't envision it being as, disastrous as far as losing, by 40 something to Arizona State and, losing to Idaho in week 2. But, I like what they have, going here for Wyoming. I think it's a group that's got a whole lot of belief in themselves. It's a group, Wyoming, they recruit a certain athlete out there. You got to be built for the altitude. You got to be able to, play that physical brand of football, because those games in the fourth quarter, you just got to be built for, those type of ball games. How's it going?
Am I sitting next to you?
Yep. We got Dan Mullen for UNLV.
How you doing?
Nick, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Nick. How are things going today?
Good. First year here at UNLV. Not too much of a rodeo for you, just right down the street. But how we feeling about just with the Rebels here?
It's feeling great. You know what? It's such a special place. It was going to take a lot to get me back into coaching. I was really enjoying ESPN and just the lifestyle and all that. And it had to check a lot of boxes. And UNLV did it. It had to be, school has unbelievable facilities. We have tremendous facilities, both obviously playing in Allegiant Stadium, and then the opportunity to have unbelievable on-campus facilities is fantastic. Had to have an opportunity to win. Heck, we were a game away from the college football playoff last year.
Right?
To come into a program that's already built, that we don't have to build up from the ground up, and then obviously had to be a place you want to live. And Las Vegas offers so much. And in today's world, the city offers so much to these players, to these kids, to experience so many different things. It kind of checked all my boxes, and I was really excited to be here.
How do you feel about this weather in July, though?
Love it. Well,
You do?
it's hot. It's hot everywhere. Listen, I've coached. My last coaching job was in Florida, right?
Yeah,
so,
that's true.
It was hot and humid there too.
That's true.
I was in my pool. Like, it was funny. The nice thing here, I looked at the weather yesterday. 2 days ago, I was in my pool over at Lake Oconee in Georgia, right at Reynolds Lake Oconee. So I'm sitting there floating in the pool. I look at my wife. I'm like, it's hot. Like 94 feels like 105. So the benefit in Vegas, I'm like, what is it in Vegas right now? 105 feels like 105. It doesn't feel any, whatever it is, it is. It's not lying to you. It's not going to feel hotter. It might be hot, but it is what it is. And we love it and live it.
There you go. You said that, it's going to take a lot to, for you to get off TV, I was watching you on the college football final, with Matt Berry and all those guys, man, just talk to me about that experience, just on TV, because, maybe was that the path, get away from the coaching a little bit, try to dabble in something else different in the media space?
You know what? When I left coaching, I left Florida. I needed to kind of reset, find out where it was, reset myself. Had the opportunity to go to TV, and ESPN was great to me, great people. But I wanted you're still involved in the game. You're around. Being with Matt and Joey Galloway every weekend, we had a great time. Got to call the Thursday night game with Matt. That was a lot of fun. But then the opportunity for us to go do that, we had a lot of fun. I mean, you'd sit there on a Saturday, be different. I only have to do one game now.
Right.
I'm gonna have like more time off on Saturday. Yeah. We're in studio from 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. It's such a great experience for me to be involved in the game, to stay involved in the game, and I was very fortunate and thankful to the people of the ESPN to give me that opportunity.
Are they hiring? Can you put in a good word for me?
You ready to go? So.
Let's talk about your football team. You guys are gonna be, dabbling at the quarterback position a little bit. That's still up in the air for you guys. But you guys got tons of new players coming in. But you do have yourself, some returners and some guys that have been in this group. Been for the lows, been for the rebuilding stages, and saw what this team could do. Marcel McDuffie, a prime example. How has he been a leader on that defense?
He's great, and it's great to have him around because I think it's that fine mix of guys that you bring in. As you said, there's in the new college football world, there's always going to be a lot more turnover than there used to be. But you have guys that have bought into the program, believed in the program, and have been here for the years. And over the last 2 years, we've won a lot of football games. So I want to, and we rely on those guys. Hey, you guys have been here and won. I'm one of the newbies. I'm coming in. Show me the things you've done that you've won, things that you like, things that you think we need to continue to do to help us continue to win. And then I'm going to bring some things to the table. Hopefully it allows us to take that next step. And that next step is to win the Mountain West title and get to the college football playoff and hopefully make a big noise when we get there.
You don't play them this year, so you could be as real as you want with San Jose State. Just talk to me with Coach Ken Niumatalolo, the spread and shred offense, and what they can do.
Yeah, what he's, what you say. I mean, obviously, such a great football coach.
Yep.
I've known Ken for a long time, and in all the years of coaching, it's one of the unique things. You go into the room, and there's some veteran football coaches in that room. You have Coach Calhoun's head coach for a very, very long time. Obviously, I've had battles with Bronco Mendenhall throughout the years. And you look at what he's done, and the thing that his ability to evolve, the constant evolution as a coach, and what he's been able to bring, and even schematically change, and it shows what a great coach he is, and what a great job they're going to be. And I hope we do get to play him this year.
Yep. Yeah.
I really hope I get to play San Jose this year because that'll mean he'll be in the championship game.
Exactly.
So I really hope we get there.
We talked to Jake Pope. He said that you've been on his radar for quite some time, even prior to him recruiting him here. What made you want to get him when he hit the portal, to have that relationship here in Vegas?
Well, it's funny, there's a bunch of guys like that are on the team. Several guys that were, I recruited Jake out of high school when I was head coach of Florida. So all of a sudden I kind of knew a lot of the backgrounds on the guys. Yep. And all of a sudden now it's 3 years later, these guys are like, hey, I want to hit the portal. And it was pretty funny. I still have all their numbers in my phone, when you look at those things of guys that you've recruited in the past, you have a relationship. We have several guys that played for me at Florida that, were freshmen when I got let go that are on our roster here with us. So I think it was that relationships. It's all about relationships. The relationships I had with the players in the past were, such a big deal of them wanting to come be a part of this.
Love it. Head coach Dan Mullen for UNLV. Thanks for the time.
Yeah, great to be with you. Pleasure to meet you.
You're great at this stuff.
Appreciate
Appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. There you have it. UNLV head coach Dan Mullen. Man, we knew that interview was gonna be good. I mean, this is a guy that he was for ESPN. He was doing all the media stuff. just a guy that, hey, he knows where the camera's at. So I absolutely love that. Hey, I liked his answer. Hopefully, we do play San Jose State in the Mountain West Championship. Because SJSU and UNLV do not play in the regular season. Looks like UNLV is gonna more than likely going to be going through that. The QB1 battle with Anthony Calandria and Alex Orji, the Michigan transfer who just won the national championship 2 years removed from it. So we'll see how that pans out. Calandria, a transfer from Virginia, and Orji, the Michigan transfer. I mean, look, I mean, this is new. This is a new team to him, and a new team to a bunch of different players. And it's I feel like it's always so important when you got two guys that, especially the way UNLV's been in the trajectory of the program, right? When they were at rock bottom, when they were on their 0-8 seasons, or the COVID year was a disaster for them. They couldn't get the hire right, and all of a sudden, you like Marcel McDuffie and Jaden Thomas. Jaden Thomas, the running back, McDuffie, at the linebacker position. Those are guys that, those are guys that, have been here from the start and to the finish, and those are pieces for UNLV that it even helps the head coach. It even helps the head coach that is brand spanking new to this thing. Uh, Coach Mullen, I mean, this guy does not seem to be phased by the weather at all. I mean, 105. He's all like, yeah, well, I dealt with this at the swamp, so that was pretty funny there, and maybe we got ourselves another new connection to through the TV industry. It's just it's so interesting to see that because it's a very unique situation. He needed the break from coaching. We thought he was wrongfully fired at Florida, and he takes a step back. He says, you know what, I'm gonna try this TV thing. He had himself a great opportunity uh, you know, to do that. And he was traveling on the road, sitting in the studio for 15 hours, just watching games all day. And then, he was doing that Thursday night, the Thursday night ESPN game, and it was, out like a group of five game. So, he was going out to, Sun Belt country. This guy's doing games at App State and, Georgia Southern and South Alabama and all of that crazy stuff. And you kind of still get that that same college feel and atmosphere, and all the drunk kids and all the students yelling at the top of their lungs. So it's definitely a hire that I personally like a lot for UNLV's sake. I thought they did a great job. um and it's gonna be a much different. I feel that it's a drastic change for them, obviously, with the new head coach, and I think schematically they're gonna be way different, because Brennan Marion, for what he ran last year, was just completely different scheme that no one's running there with the go. It's practically his offense, and we're gonna see what UNLV runs here, and obviously the quarterback position is gonna play a whole lot to it, but we love what Coach Mullen said. Just a great conversation with him. Jay Sawvell provided some good stuff on his end, and we're gonna actually take a very short break. If this break won't be too long, we're gonna come back, and we're gonna chat about some ball games, some schedules. We'll take a nosedive on the Wyoming schedule, because I do want to kind of run through the gauntlet on that a little bit more. Same with UNLV schedule, just since we talked to the coaches. So when we come back, we're gonna talk schedules for Wyoming and UNLV, and we'll probably have another interview in the process as well. We are back live at Mountain West Media Days, day 2, here straight from the Strip in Las Vegas, Nevada. We got Utah State's Bronco Mendenhall going to be coming up to the booth here, representing Utah State, the Aggies. Coach Bronco Mendenhall, Coach, how we doing?
Well, how about you?
Good. Let's just make sure that we got this mic. Yep, we're 100% good on that. So, obviously, an exciting time. You come into Utah State here, in year one, you're a Utah guy. You got plenty of connections out there. Just talk to me about the excitement heading into here and into Logan. Obviously, you're very familiar with that area.
I am. I'm thrilled to be back home. I'm thrilled to be at Utah State. Couldn't be happier with and what I get to do in Cache Valley, the legacy of the program, and doing it especially with my family surrounding me.
100%. Just talk to me about just what this offense has to offer, because we talked to Bryson Barnes yesterday, your quarterback, and he's very excited on what this team could be. And the thing that what made him want to come back was just the buy-in and what this program has, despite all the changes and all the new players that are coming in. What has he been for you guys? As a leader, just leading this offense here during the offseason for you guys. Obviously, an upperclassman that's been around the block.
Yeah. So an experienced veteran of college football, played in big games, the biggest stages. Great young man, and passionate about leading our team, and just a fierce competitor. I couldn't be luckier as the head coach to have someone like Bryson as our quarterback and as a leader of our program. And he's been a catalyst on bringing the team with him as we brought so many new players in.
Yeah, obviously you're assembling your staff once when you get to Logan, and you bring in Kevin McGivern, former San Jose State wide receiver coach and offensive coordinator. I imagine you got a tight relationship prior to bringing him in, but just talk to me about that addition for you guys. This guy's be calling the plays, and obviously a high profile name that's got a ton of experience with some successful offenses.
Kevin, before you even consider the type of coach, is one of the best people I've ever met, and known him for a long time. Innovative. This is his third stint at Utah State. He's an excellent coach, excellent play caller, an amazing person, great developer of young people, and I feel really lucky to have him as offensive coordinator.
Yeah, you guys have San Jose State on the schedule. It's a Friday night showdown at Maverick Stadium. Just talk to me about the game plan, for San Jose State, because they're going to have that prolific, high flying offense with the spread and shred, where there's not necessarily one guy that can hurt you. There is a plethora of guys, and that's been no one. A lot of teams couldn't stop that offense last year, and you're going to have them in your own building.
Yeah, really challenging for sure, and it takes a comprehensive effort, as you mentioned. You can't stop one particular part. But 11 players doing the right thing at the right time, your collective then has a chance to make a difference. So it'll be team defense, and but an entire team approach to winning the game.
Obviously, there's going to be a game that everybody has circled within the Mountain West, and that you going back, to New Mexico and Albuquerque. You did a great job there in the 1 year that you were there. Just talk to me about that Mountain West game, and just what that matchup could be, versus the Lobos.
Yeah, I love the University of New Mexico and the kids that I coach there, and it'll be very, very difficult to go back. I'm not looking forward to it. It is part of the job. I'm just going to do the best I can to help Utah State win, but also honor the University of New Mexico and the time and the way that I was treated when I was there.
Just talk to me about, to me, you guys got the best student section in the Mountain West. Maverick Stadium, when that place gets going, it can get pretty lit. Talk to me about, that fan base, what it means, to the program. And, we've seen it, the Aggie herd can really get things going, and, they could really, frustrate the opposition.
Yeah, I've been there as a visiting coach, and some of the things I've been called left a scar. It's tough. The herd is, I think, one of the coolest student sections in all of college sport, and so lucky there. I'm now being on the same side with them.
For sure. There you have it. Head coach Bronco Mendenhall, best of luck this season. And, year one in Logan should be a good one for you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. There you have it. Head coach for Utah State, Bronco Mendenhall, doing going to be a very intriguing team. just like all these teams in the Mountain West. He's got, you know, Kevin McGivern, offensive coordinator now, former San Jose State staffer. Spent plenty of years with the Spartans, and that's a guy that he brings in, and he's going to be, doing some things there for, calling the plays. So it was a move for Coach McGivern, where Coach Ken came in. He was the OC, and then they bring in Craig Stutzman, and he takes the wide receiver coach role. Still has a important say in the offense, but for the most part, it is Coach Stutzman's scheme. And the right opportunity came about, and that's a ball game for Utah State that you know it's going to be advantage Utah State, the fact that they got a guy like that. And I think it just adds one more element to the madness when SJSU plays Utah State. The game will be at Maverick Stadium. That place is going to be lit. It'll be towards the middle, towards the back end of schedule, if you will. So I don't expect the weather to be nice. The schedule, like we talked about tons about here during our time here on Mountain West Media Days, the schedule sets up very nicely for San Jose State. But the one hiccup, if you do want to call it a hiccup within this schedule, could be that back-to-back road spots at Wyoming, at Utah State. Just because you're going to be in no man's land for over a week, and you're going to have to deal with the altitude of Wyoming and Utah State. Really, just the way that they play. They're gonna be able to score some points. That crowd is gonna be going nuts, and it'll be a prime time game. The kids will be on campus. During that time frame, the October-November time frame. So they'll most certainly be there, and it's a prime time game in a prime time setting on national TV. I mean, that is you can't ask for much more. So that's a game that I think everyone's going to have circled on their calendar, just because, not only because of just the coaching familiarity and Kevin McGivern playing against San Jose State, but I think just because it's going to be, quite honestly, one of the better Mountain West games that we have on the schedule. I think that game has potential to have shootout potential. Utah State's defense, they got to clean it up. Coach Mendenhall's a defensive guy. I mean, the 2024 Aggie defense last year. Now we understand a different coach, different staff, different scheme, completely different circumstances. But 127th in scoring defense, 117th against the pass, 127th against the rush, and 129th total defense. So that is no good. There was only 134 teams in the FBS last year. And that's a squad that was no good defensively. Started to put up some numbers in that regard there. With their offensive numbers with Bryson Barnes during the back end of their schedule. So it's definitely something that we need to, that needs to be monitored. That the defense was no good last year, but offensively, defensively rather, they got a guy that knows the game in the back of his hand. I think Utah State to me is gonna be one of those teams where if they don't get good to start, they're gonna be much better on the back end. Of the season, because that's exactly what New Mexico was. They started out very sluggish last year. They lost to Montana State. They got drilled like at Texas A&M. They lost some games that they shouldn't have, and that was a group that just continued to get better and better and better. And credit to that was just the veteranship of Coach Mendenhall. He gets the most out of his teams. I think Utah State has a chance. Even with in year one under Coach Mendenhall. To be, one of those guys where, he's playing, for a bowl game. I don't think that's far fetched. You got the Bryson Barnes at quarterback, to really do some things here. I think that's going to be a fun offense to watch. Now, offensively, their numbers were off the charts. 36 in scoring offense, 21st in passing, 23rd rushing, 6th in total offense. Utah State, they bring back some they bring back Bryson Barnes, they bring back the tight end Brock Lane, who's been there forever, and they bring back their one on the offensive line. So Coach Mendenhall's got his guys. He's gonna be obviously doing some things. As far as the defense is concerned, they got Gabriel Iniguez, who we talked to yesterday, very confident in this group. John Miller at linebacker, and then Ike Larson, the safety, one of the more underappreciated defensive players I feel like for years in the Mountain West. I think is just going to flourish within this new coaching regime. As far as a revamped wide receiver room for Utah State. They're bringing in just some veteran wide receivers that haven't gotten a chance to really have opportunities. With Corey Thompson from UNLV, Brady Boyd from Texas Tech, and then they got Demick Starling from Western Kentucky. Those guys don't really have all too much, career wise as far as numbers. Their resume doesn't really have too much to offer, but this is the way that you got to attack the portal. This is the one thing I will say. Every team attacks the portal in different ways, and you're starting to see like Coach Mendenhall. He's going purely based on the scheme's going to set. The scheme is going to be very good under Coach McGiven. Very friendly offensively, and we're going to go get some guys that we believe that are some high upside wide receivers but really haven't gotten a chance, that are going to be day one starters on our roster. So I think those wide receivers are going to be very good. Brady Boyd was a name that Bryson Barnes throughout yesterday as a guy to keep your eye on, as far as a guy that Mountain West fans don't know right now, but they will know just later on in the season. So I'm very excited to see his development. And I think Utah State will just be a very good offensive team. We'll just see. I think defensively, like I said, they'll only get better, and I think that will ultimately translate to 5 or 6 wins on the season. As far as Coach Mendenhall, he's coached at BYU, University of Virginia, and then the 1 year at New Mexico. I mean, this is a guy that's 140 and 88, his career record. I mean, that's a massive sample size of success, and he's done it at several different programs. I mean, he's a Utah guy, which I think is a big part of why he left New Mexico, and he kept it real, with everybody, that the New Mexico game won't be easy, and it's a game that I'm not looking forward to. And I think the New Mexico fan base is very sour, quite honestly, on just how the whole thing ended. I think the fact that he dipped in year one, I think was disappointing for Lobo fans. Now, if he built it up, set and laid the lumber and set it up for the next guy, I think the circumstance is completely different. But when the Utah State job opens up, that's the selfish nature of this game. It's like when dudes hit the portal, the coaches are gonna hit the quote unquote portal as well, and go elsewhere for a more desirable area and location, and what best suits them. So Utah State, a fun team that I think is going to be pretty rock solid this year. 5 to 6 wins is where I would probably have them this season, and they got some critical games on the schedule. We're going to backtrack a little bit and talk a little bit about the schedule right now. I want to talk about Wyoming because Wyoming's got one of these schedules where it could. That, like for a lot of teams, like the start will be critical, and Wyoming's got this weird, funky game at Akron. They're favorites in that game, but Akron of all places, like that is just an obscure matchup. We talked about the obscure non-conference matchups I love, but Wyoming, like the fact that Akron's hosting Wyoming is just very funny to me. And then, so Wyoming's got that one. Then they host Northern Illinois, respectable FCS team, but, that's a game that they should get. So, that could very well be like a 2-0, Wyoming team if all things sort well. They get Utah at home. And I will say this, not Utah, but just these Power Fives that have come into Wyoming over the years have been falling. They've been teams that have, definitely been on the struggle bus, and, when they go into Laramie those games are tight in the second half. Prime example was Texas Tech 2 years ago. They went in there, and all of a sudden the game's in overtime, double overtime, and Wyoming's all of a sudden, storming the field. Wyoming has stormed the field a lot, like the past couple of years, just because of just some of their big wins. I know the rivalry games are always going to storm for it, but it seems like they're when they had Coach Craig Bull over there, the Wyoming Cowboys did. It seemed like they were storming the field, at least once a year. So, that's a critical game for them. Every game's critical, obviously. But this schedule at Akron for the Wyoming Cowboys, at Akron, home versus Northern Illinois. So I would expect them to be 2-0 in that stretch. Then, you get this Utah game, you give them a loss there. And then Wyoming at Colorado and Boulder. Just a very interesting game to me, in that regard. Coach Prime, Colorado, I don't think it's going to be also great in the Big 12 for, as far as, that is concerned, and, the conference as a whole. But, that's a game that could be a little bit tricky. So if you're Wyoming, if you go 2-2 in that non-conference portion, I think that would be very respectable before you get into the Mountain West slate. Because then they host UNLV, they host San Jose State, they're on that 2-game homestand. Then Wyoming versus Air Force. I mean, that would be, first to 10 points wins in that game. Colorado State and Wyoming, that's the border war game, and that one will be in Laramie, Wyoming. That will 100% be a sold out game, and I wouldn't be shocked if there's other people, other fans, just hardcore college football fans that will be at that game, just because who knows where that rivalry game goes. Who knows when they play it again. And then, at San Diego State, the Wyoming Cowboys will be at Fresno State, hosting Nevada, and then at Hawaii on the island, for the Pokes. So that schedule, it's a little bit tricky. They don't get Boise State this year, which I think if you could avoid Boise State, especially out on the Smurf turf, you'll take it any day of the week. But Wyoming kind of, for how disastrous the year went for them, that was a game where it was so low scoring last year. It was like 13-10, versus Boise State, and that game came right down to the fourth quarter. Like just weird things happened in Laramie. That game was certainly one of those for Boise State, but they still got out of there alive. To ultimately get the win and get a W in the win column. We talked to Dan Mullen for UNLV. I want to run by their schedule just because UNLV, we talked about it, that they had the week 0. All of a sudden they're playing in week 0 now. Now the good news is it's Idaho State, so it's one of those games where I think it will be a blessing in disguise. It will ultimately help you. And I was even talking to a couple UNLV, just media guys. It will help them. Like you'll get the kinks out the door. For all the new guys, the new players, Dan Mullen, it's one of those games, like, even if you don't play your best brand of football, you could still go out there and be like, okay, we feel pretty confident we're going to get a win here. It's I don't want to say it's like a preseason game, but it almost is, if you will, when you're going up against a team like Idaho State in your own building. UNLV's got like this crazy like non-conference as well. Like I don't know, the Mountain West and the MAC, like they've played games with each other like in this non-conference portion, but you got 2 Mountain West schools going to play at the MAC at 2 respective MAC schools. You have Wyoming at Akron, and then you have the UNLV Rebels in week 4 going to Miami, Ohio, which I think is just pretty funny when it's all said and done. And Miami, Ohio, by the way, they got DeQuan Finn, former Baylor Bear, and a guy that's very familiar with that MAC conference. He was the quarterback at Toledo when he was winning, when they were winning, like they were going 10-2 every year. Toledo was, and then they slip and fall in the MAC championship game under head coach Jason Candle. So that's an intriguing game from UNLV. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if it's like a coin flip game, by the odds makers at all, just because it's it's just one of those weird games. UCLA at UNLV. That's a big one on the schedule. UNLV hosting the UCLA Bruins, and then UNLV at Sam Houston State. Just another one of those weird games. I think Sam Houston, they got a first-year head coach. I think they'll be in a little bit of a rebuild in Conference USA this year. They've had a really good season last year under Coach Casey Keeler, but he's at Temple now. So I think Sam Houston State will be in a little bit of rebuild, for the Bearcats this year. So, I mean, look, if UNLV goes 3-1 in the non-conference, and heck, they could very well go 4-0. If all things go well, but they should have a winning record. I feel like 3-1, I think would be pretty good. For that team before they get into the Mountain West portion of the schedule. UNLV is at Wyoming this year, and they're as far as their road games, at Wyoming, at Boise State, at Colorado State, and then they're at Reno for the Fremont Cannon rivalry game, which is always an important rivalry game out here in this state in Nevada. So UNLV, they got those road games, and then at home they will be hosting the Air Force Falcons, the New Mexico Lobos, the Utah State Aggies, and the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors. So the home games are actually pretty manageable for them. The road games could be a little bit tricky, like the Boise State game. That one could be a little rough for them. The Colorado State one, could very well be a coin flip. The road games are definitely tough for them, but all the games at Allegiant Stadium, they'll be favored in for sure. Which I think will be interesting. The quarterback position for that team will be crucial, and because if one of those guys if Calandria or Orgy don't pan out, and the offense is sputtering a little bit early, I think Coach Mullen would not be afraid, to really pull the trigger and try and diversify and try to go elsewhere. Just given the amount of depth that they have at quarterback, which is obviously a luxury to have. They got two guys, and I think for just based out of camp, that's kind of always been, since they got here, almost like the San Jose State situation last year as far as the quarterbacks. Like, they knew that from the start that it's going to be a battle for the quarterback position, and I think it's going to be a battle until week one, quite honestly. Between Calandria and Orgy, and I think they'll play their cards right, and they're going to keep it tight to the envelope as far as the quarterback position, and in QB1. So we got to chat with San Diego State. San Diego State, we've yet to talk about their schedule really. They're one of these teams where, man, they're all over the place schedule wise, but man, this non-conference is kind of difficult. They're definitely, out of the teams that we've talked about, got the toughest non-conference. So they start out with Stony Brook versus the Sea Wolves, which should be a win there. Then they're at Washington State. At Washington State, a new coaching regime. It's basically the South Dakota State Jackrabbits team, just in Pullman, Washington. I think that's the best way to put it. Which South Dakota State has been an FCF playoff team, and they've been competitive in tons and tons, of games. And they were playing at Oklahoma State. They were playing against some really good teams and playing them tough. They were at Iowa like 2 years ago, I believe, and the game was like 5-3 in the third quarter. Like it was something silly. So that's definitely Washington State is basically South Dakota State this year. That's not an easy game, and the game's in Pullman for the Aztecs. That's rough. Then they host the Cal Golden Bears. That, I would say, is a coin flip game. Then they're at Northern Illinois. The Mountain West and the MAC playing a lot of games with each other this year. That has a chance to be, an interesting game if San Diego State, the offense is not flowing. As far as the Mountain West schedule is concerned, hosting Colorado State, at Nevada, at Fresno, hosting Wyoming, on the island versus the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors. Then they host Boise State, host San Jose State, and then they round out the season at New Mexico. So that's definitely a tough schedule. I mean, the home games are, the home games. You get Boise and you get San Jose. You definitely just, if you're gonna get the tough games, you definitely want them at home. But who knows what that crowd looks like? And I think it all depends on how good how the schedule looks like, or how if they're winning football games. Because that's what's gonna ultimately get uh you know people in the stands. If they have themselves a promising start to the season, I think Snapdragon Stadium can be the most full it's ever been. Since they built that place. So that is definitely um, it's definitely one of those interesting situations there for San Diego State. With their schedule, because it could get sour, pretty quick and pretty early there, if they don't get off to the best start. So look, this is what we're gonna do, folks. We're gonna take a break. We're gonna be right back. We're gonna probably have an extended break here for a little bit, and then when we come back, we're gonna have tons more interviews to come. We're gonna have the San Jose State, and then we still got the rest of the second half of the league, to get to. So should be fun. We're going to talk to San Jose State, Colorado State, with Coach Ken Niumatalolo. He's still on the schedule. We got Jay Norvell with Colorado State, Nevada's Jeff Choate. Just plenty of more to come here at Mountain West Media Days, and we'll definitely be keeping the interviews flowing. We'll be talking schedules and the preseason polls and a whole lot more here. As we'll be right back, and we'll be talking uh, very soon, folks. It's all yours.
Want me to slide over? Or?
Yeah, we're good.
Good.
Yeah. We are live back at Mountain West Media Days, straight from the Strip in Las Vegas, Nevada. We got Colorado State head coach Jay Norvell. Coach, how we doing?
Doing great. How are you doing? Sorry.
Good, good. You're all good. Hey, it's all right. We're all recovering from lunch.
Yeah, I hear
we're
you.
all, you know, we're,
Yeah, second round now, right?
yeah, there we go. Yeah,
Okay.
a whole lot of caffeine for me myself. So look, you guys had a big year last year, looking to replicate it. This is year 4 for you now in Fort Collins.
Yeah.
You know, just talk to me. You guys got, you know, some new coordinators, a whole lot of moving parts, some new schemes that are going to be implemented here. Just how's the whole transition, you know, been with the changes in the process?
It's been good. You know, at our core, we're a developmental program. We always have been. Want to recruit good players and train them to be their very best. We do have some new coaches. About half of our coaches are new. Our whole new defensive staff. A lot of new defensive assistants. And we got a lot of new defensive players. We had some really good players graduate last year that were seniors, and we're trying to replace those guys with some guys that we've brought in. So we had 29 transfer players that we've brought in. We've got another 20 high school kids that have come in. And so, you know, we're a lot like a lot of teams across America that are, you know, we're going to take those new players and try to merge them together into a team. And so that's our challenge, and we're excited to get started with that.
Well, you got a Braden Fowler Nicolosi back at quarterback, which, you know, I feel like in today's, you know, just today's game, you'll always take an experienced guy and an upperclassman that's got tons of reps now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just what's been the biggest progression for him now as he's kind of in like it's year 3 in the program, but, you know, several starts now, you know, under you guys now.
Yeah, we're really excited about Braden. You know, I've been a head coach 9 years now. He's probably the player we've invested the most in over our tenure. He started as a freshman. And we went through the growing pains and the inexperienced games with him. And now, you know, now's the payoff. You know, as his 3rd year as a starter, he's got a chance to break a lot of the school records and passing yards and touchdowns. But the most important one is wins. Bradley Van Pelt had 23 wins as a Ram starting quarterback. Moses Moreno had 21. Braden's at 14 right now. So he's 9 away from tying and 10 from taking the lead. And so I think that's the most important stat that he can accomplish. And we're going to try to help him get that.
You talked about, you know, all the you guys graduated a lot. You know, on the defensive side, some guys, you know, moved on with the portal.
Sure.
Offensively, you guys lose Torrey Horton. He goes pro. He goes to the NFL.
Yeah.
You had him at Nevada. He came to Colorado State. Does it feel weird with him not in the room after all these years with you being together?
You miss him. I mean, you know, you just whenever you have a great player like a Torrey Horton or a Carson Strong or Romeo Dubs, you just got to have as much fun and enjoy them while you have them, because when they're gone, and you just don't get to coach guys like that very often. And so Torrey's a great player. You know, it broke my heart last year when he got hurt.
Yeah.
You know, he's 25 yards away from being the all-time leading receiver in conference history and breaking Devontae Adams' record. And so, you know, he's just a great player and even a better person. So we miss him. You know, we wish him well. He's going to make us proud at the next level. But I'm also excited for the new guys. You know, I think we got a ton of great young receivers. They don't have the resume that Torrey had, but I think they're certainly capable of playing really big. And so I'm excited to see who those new guys are going to be this year. And I think we have an opportunity to have a lot of big play players.
You mentioned the name Carson Strong. He's on your coaching staff.
Yeah.
How did that materialize?
You know, Carson is one of my favorite players of all time. He probably knows our offense as good as anybody. He's a 2-time, you know, conference player of the year. And I hired 4 former players this year. And I think it's really been great for our kids because they They know our offense. They know how we do business, but they're younger guys and they can relate with our players. He's been great for Braden because he can kind of tell Braden, this is how you should think about this, and this is how I used to do it. And so I think he's been a huge help for Braden. It's going to really show this year.
Last year of the Mountain West as we know it, right? So we're going to have a bunch of changes. You guys are going to be departing the league. Just as far from the way I think it just personally stinks from a rivalry aspect. You guys got this. You got this great rivalry in the border war with Wyoming.
Mm-hmm.
This could potentially be the last time we played this game for you guys for the long-term future. Just talk to me about the significance of the rivalry. Do you want to try to potentially? I know it's out of your hands, but would you like to potentially renew that marriage? Potentially for just the sake of the game, and so much history behind it.
There's no question, and you're spot on. There's a lot of history, over 100 years of playing that game. We're in such close proximity. We're only 60 miles apart from Laramie. Our athletic department has secured some future dates with them, and I'm happy to say we are going to continue that rivalry after this season. So we will continue to play Wyoming. We're not going to continue to play Air Force, but I think it's important that we maintain some of those traditional games that we've always had. And I'm a traditionalist. I love that, and I'm excited that we're going to keep that rivalry intact.
One more for you on the way out. You don't play them this year, but who knows? You could play them in the Mountain West Championship game. The San Jose State Spartans. Just from you playing them last year, that scheme's tough to play against. You got the best of them, last season in your building. Just talk to me about San Jose State. You saw them last year. They're bringing back the same offensive scheme here.
Yeah.
Just what difficulties do the Spartans present? On both ways.
Yeah, I mean, we don't play them this year, but Coach Ken's done a great job. He's obviously a great winning head coach. Brings that pedigree to San Jose. They did a nice job last year. It's a great conference. It really is. It's one of the things. It's my 9th year in the league. There's so many really quality coaches and good players, and so San Jose is a great example of that. And they certainly were very tough last year. I know they're going to have a very tough team this year. And who knows? Maybe down the road we will get a chance to play it.
There you have it. Jay Norvell, Colorado State head coach. Best of luck this season, and we'll get him out there.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
There you have it. CSU head coach Jay Norvell. You're all good.
Great. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, good luck, guys. Appreciate you.
Got the head coach for CSU, Jay Norvell. Brought some great insights. Awesome. He's just all over the place, man. He was just going and going and going with that Coke can. I mean, and I don't blame him. I've only had 1 cup of coffee here, and I'm honestly shocked that I haven't had more. But I probably should go do that during the next breakaway. But hey, we're back here. We got tons of more coming here for the afternoon session. We got San Jose State still on tap with Coach Ken, Nia Matsalolo. We got plenty more of the head coaches coming along the way as well. It's been an eventful day. It's been great stuff. We got Boise State head coach Spencer Danielson. He's gonna be coming very soon as well. We got him on the queue. So it's gonna be a fun time here at Mountain West Media Days. Can't wait to talk to Spencer Danielson very soon. But just to go back on Jay Norvell with the conversation that we just had with them. I mean, he provided a whole lot of good stuff on just based on the rivalry game. He's one of those guys where he's been around the Mountain West forever. Like he just said, 9 years he's been coaching in the Mountain West. He knows all of these games and he knows all of these matchups. And like this is like he's been playing these guys. He's been playing all of these teams. So it's gonna feel a little bit maybe surreal from him, when CSU does depart. But look, they're still, according to the head coach himself, they will be playing Wyoming. They got some dates lined up, but we always appreciate the insight there. They're not gonna go forward with Air Force, but hey, you know what? We got 60 miles apart between those two universities, which is crazy. 60 miles, like there's no wonder why they don't like each other. So, the that's a rivalry that one of the better rivalries that we have in the league, the border war between Colorado State and Wyoming, and I think that's awesome that that they're going to continue to pursue it. So, great stuff from Coach Norvell. We got his take on Carson Strong joining the staff. He's hired 4 former players, which I thought was pretty interesting as well. I mean, look, I think Braden Fowler Nicolosi, coach said it himself. They've invested a lot into him, and we talked about it yesterday that this guy's been, he's been a prized possession in the portal. He didn't jump in the portal, but teams were illegally, trying to, basically, tamper with him and try to, get in the portal to ultimately transfer to their program. And he stayed the course, and CSU, replicated and try to do some things on their end to make sure that they retained him, and they've done that. But the coach said it himself. It's a critical year for him. This is year 3 now. Year 1, he was making all the mistakes, and they were willing to ride out with those mistakes, whether it be all those interceptions. But it was almost like the risk was worth the reward. He's one of those risk reward quarterbacks. When he's on, he's on, and sometimes when he can make that critical interception. In some games, and and you're shaking your head. But CSG last year, they were an interesting team because they had like the softer end of the schedule, so to speak, and that they kind of just fell apart down the stretch. Like they had a tough game at Fresno State, which was critical for their Mountain West championship. As far as them getting in there, and that did not happen. But they lost that game. They were struggling in a ball game like that, and it ultimately put themselves in some deep water to not make the conference tournament, the Mountain West championship game. So Coach Norvell, he's I can tell he's taking a different approach this year. They're going all in on Braden Fowler Nicolosi. He's bringing in some former players to make sure that he understands everything. And that's why the Carson Strong hire, with him at the quarterback coach is pretty significant, because that's a guy that's been successful under Coach Norvell, and they believe all in the world of Braden at quarterback, and they think with the combination of Braden's skill set and Carson Strong's expertise within the offense, and just overall what he did in his collegiate career at Nevada, they think they could be something special. Offensively, not defensively. They're gonna be very interesting because the numbers were not great last year. 74th in scoring, 95th in passing defense, 82nd in rushing defense, and 96th in total defense. Those numbers got to improve. Especially with the upperclassmen that they had with Jack Howell and Henry Blackburn. They had Boom Jock at linebacker. Like they had a lot of dudes, a lot of upperclassmen that were supposed to really deliver and be something special. And just overall as a unit, they weren't that good. So they bring in Tyson Summers, who's not his first rodeo at Colorado State. He was actually the defensive coordinator for the Rams back in 2015. So a little familiarity with him there. He was previously at Western Kentucky. He used to serve as the defensive coordinator for the Hilltoppers the past 3 seasons, and he's going to try to get this defense, back to its proper ways. Now, the defense, like they lose their top 4 tacklers, so that is stinks for them. But new guys got to come in and they got to make plays. So, CSU is one of these teams where, if Braden turns into the guy that they really want him to be, offensively, the sky's the limit for that group. Defensively, we're gonna have to pay attention. But if I had to project, I would probably say that they're gonna be better. Based on the numbers. I mean, heck, you can't be much worse. I mean, 96th in total defense. The numbers definitely need to be better for them on that end. And I think ultimately they will improve. No, Coach Norvell, I'd say he has to probably make a bowl game with this roster, despite all the changes. I mean, there's just too much. There's just too much talent there. Like they got some good, respectable pieces within the portal. They bring back Justin Marshall, the running back. They bring two the all conference linemen, Tanner Morley and Aaron Karras. So that will certainly help. Anchor the ends on the offensive line, and to me, it's just I'm just intrigued to see what they look like with all these new pieces because Torrey Horton was so damn good that he could catch 18 balls a game, 150 yards, and he could just simply reel your team to a victory. That they don't have that anymore. And Caleb Goody was a guy that for them that emerged. And I think he's at Cal now, or he went to a Power 5. So they're basically rolling with an entire brand new wide receiver room that a unit that we really haven't even seen in Ram uniform. So I am very intrigued to see what happens and which wide receivers pop up and show out for some big games. If there's one guy that I think that is going to put in some big numbers for them, or at least be an impact for the Colorado State Rams. I think it'd be Rocky Beers, the tight end transfer from Florida International. Look, I wouldn't say it's tight end university in the Mountain West, but it's pretty close to it. Colorado State. I mean, they have Trey McBride, who is emerging as like a top 5 tight end in the NFL. They had Dallin Holker, who was really good and productive for them the past couple seasons. He graduated, and now they got this Rocky Beers kid who was highly touted, highly recruited, and now he went to FIU, went to the airport, didn't work out, and now he comes in where they're going to be playing this up tempo offense, and they're gonna just try to kick things into high gear here for Colorado State. And I think the tight end will always benefit within those offenses that Coach Norvell runs. So I'm very interested, just to see how it all materializes because there's, especially with the portal now, there's just so many mystery teams in a sense. Like so many mysteries as far as as a particular unit, right? Because like I don't know what CSU's defense is going to look like. It wasn't good last year. Like we said, with all the upperclassmen, and all the upperclassmen are gone. And, now you got Mukundi Wakalonji, who's, starting on the defensive line. And, this is a guy that got limited snaps last year. He wanted to play. He wants to play a whole lot more, and now he's going to be able to. So, the Colorado State defense, I would say, is very much still a question mark. Just because, not only we haven't seen it, but we haven't seen it with these players in particular. And it's a new scheme as well, which is always it's always changing. I feel like every single Mountain West team, we'll figure it out by the time we sign off. But I would say maybe like 2/3 of the league has a new coordinator somewhere. They have a new scheme. There's learning development somewhere, along the way here, which I think is is going to be pretty interesting. So we'll see how it pans out with Colorado State. We got some more interviews coming our way. I think we're going to have Air Force here in a little bit. We're going to have Boise State down the road eventually. San Jose State is gonna come to our booth sometime. So we're definitely still going here, but I'm gonna actually go grab a cup of coffee because I can most certainly use it right now. And then I'm gonna go do that and talk with a few more people. And then when we come back, we're gonna have another interview lined up. We'll have somebody when by the time that we're coming back. So a little brief break here, brief hiatus, and then we'll have another interview lined up with our next head coach. We are back here at Mountain West Media Days, live straight from the Strip in Las Vegas, Nevada, and we got San Jose State in the house. Coach Ken Niumatalolo. Coach, how we doing?
Good. Awesome. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. So obviously, you're heading into year 2 now in the Bay Area. I thought, for you, just overall for SJSU, just a great year 1. Just so much chaos for you. Coming, it's been well documented. You just saying that it was just an absolute whirlwind for you. You had all the the quarterback, battle there, and you still come up with a winning record and the bowl eligibility. Just overall, your thoughts on just year 1 in San Jose.
Well, like you said, it pleased a lot of things you're happy about, but there's also things that you wish that you could have got done, and wish we could have won that triple overtime game against Washington State, or hope we could have won our 5 overtime bowl game against South Florida or Colorado State. But then there's some games you're grateful you won. I mean, we had a tight win versus Nevada, and so yeah, grateful for our young men and their hard work and all they did last year.
Tougher game to coach on the sidelines, the Hawaii Bowl overtime game on Christmas Eve or the Wazoo game on the road?
They were both hard. Both of them were really, really hard, and just because you feel like you had a chance to win the game, and but yeah, they're both tough. But
talk to me about Walker Eget. It's pretty clear, and you've made it clear since the offseason really started that he's going to be the guy. It's his team. He's the QB1. What's been just the biggest progression from Walker, maybe since, the last time he's taken the field, during the offseason at camp, that has really stood out to you?
I think the number one thing is to recognize this is his team. You know what I mean? This is his team. Last year at this time, we were still trying to figure it out. Is it Emmett or is it Walker? And we didn't decide to 1 week before the season started. And so I think with that security and that knowledge that everybody knows, hey, here's our quarterback, he's our leader, and he's taking the reins, and he's done a really good job of leading our team in offseason. Had a great offseason, great spring ball, great summer training, and really excited to see that kid play this year.
Roster continuity is so significant in this sport. I mean, just how nice is it? How much of it is it a luxury that you just got so many returning pieces back at several key positions back on the Spartans this year?
Well, it helps from the standpoint they know the culture, so you're not having to reteach that. In fact, they can teach that to the to our incoming guys, and so having those guys that have been in the program that know the way we do things is definitely a luxury, and grateful that that's happening.
We saw in some play last year with Walker, that he'll just, instead of sliding, he'll just diving. Is that something that you guys have kind of taught, the slide versus the dive as far as, protection of the quarterbacks?
Yeah, we've done some of that, and he's got to, protect himself, this year. And, I know he'll do that, and hopefully try to protect him so he can play the whole season.
The old school rivalries, I feel like it's just so important, just in the college game, so many battles that have gone, for years and years, decades, and, almost sometimes a century, some of these rivalries. Just how important is it, to have those regional matchups, the Stanford, the Cal marriage soon, and, Fresno State's departing next year, but, you're going to still have the battle for the Valley for the foreseeable future.
I think it's awesome for the fans. It's important for the fans in our university. Grateful to play Stanford again. Be able to play Cal in the future is going to be awesome. And to continue the Fresno State rivalry, hopefully we'll play better this year against, Fresno State. But, those are important for our program.
Yeah, Nick Nash, first team All-American. He goes to the NFL along with Jay Locke. You guys just reload at the wide receiver room. Matt Coleman's returning. Does this room with all of these pieces at the wide receiver position have a chance to really blossom and be as good as that 1-2 tandem that we saw with Nash and Lockhart last year?
Well, we're definitely going to miss both Nick and Justin J-Lock. They did an awesome job last year, but we love the pieces that we've added from Danny Scudero, Leland Smith, Malachi Riley, Jahari Johnson. Kyrie Scholl didn't play last year. Sterling is a guy that we're our starting, Mason's a guy we're excited about. Then you got, like you said, Matt coming back, Cooper, some other guys. So it's an exciting group, and we're looking forward to those guys.
You get the first bye week at week 3 after the Texas game. Do you like the early bye week this season and, the situation that it comes in?
We'll take them anytime we can get it. And, we'll definitely take that when we can get it.
You're entering year 2. SJSU's been just a consistent winner the past half decade. They've kind of always, I would say, before you got here, before Coach Brennan got here, they've just kind of been, the laughing stock and the cellar dweller in the Mountain West. Now they're a consistent winner. They're in a bowl game every year. Now, just how do you feel just about the state of the football program, since you've taken over and, you're just looking to expand on it?
Well, like I said, excited for all the things that Coach Brennan did with the program. Excited about last year, and hopefully this is another great year. We're excited about the kids coming back. We're excited about the direction, and hopefully it can be a successful year.
Well, great stuff. Coach Ken Niumatalolo, 2025 campaign should be fun. We're going to be along for the ride, of course, out there in San Jose, and good to finally talk to you one-on-one this time. So
thanks for having me, brother.
Yeah, glad to be out here. There you have it. Coach Ken, thanks for the time.
Take care.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
All right. So thanks, Coach. Okay. Yeah. Understood. So we got the Air Force Falcons. They're going to be coming on in. Coach Troy Calhoun. How's it going, Coach?
Good. You okay?
Good. Yeah.
Good seeing you.
Good to see you. Your mic is right here. We are up and ready to rock and roll. We're live.
Oh, live. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So we're live. We're ready to go here. So we got Coach Troy Calhoun. You and Coach Ken, just stumbling past here. We'll just start out right off the bat with that. You guys are very familiar with each other. You guys played last year. You guys got obviously, the commander-in-chief, referee from his days at Navy. Just talking to me about, the relationship, on the field with you guys on the sidelines, but, going up against each other, but just, off the field as well.
Well, I mean, there's nobody in coaching for whom you have greater respect than Ken. Just unbelievable football coach. You talk about a guy who proves it. I mean, it doesn't matter what kind of style or what he does offensively, defensively, the football knowledge that he has, and then just more than anything else, the leader, especially a young man. And it's a real credit not only to Ken, but to his wife, Barbara, too.
No doubt. Not the year you guys envisioned last year. You guys got off to, the poor start, but you guys really turned it on in the second half. Was there something that really changed for you guys during that win streak to end the season, for that particular group?
I think what it was more than anything else, guys, that really, we had so many guys, it was their initial time of ever playing college football. It takes some time.
Sure.
And I think we may run into, another situation, at least in terms of having a bunch of new guys out there this year. Now, maybe the beneficiary of it is we can get back starting in 2026, a year from now, where you do have some older guys with some experience when you begin the season.
For sure. Yeah, Dylan Carson, Dylan Carson, a guy that waited his turn behind the, John Lee Eldridge and, the Emmanuel Michelle and all those guys. Now that he's kind of the upperclassman, this is kind of, his backfield. You're gonna be using a heavy dose of him. Obviously in the triple option. Just what has he been for you guys, and what do you expect out of him this year?
Yeah, really a strong worker, somebody that cares immensely. Just the pride that he has day in, day out, and how he works and everything that he's all about as a young man. I think the other part that's a real help too. There are two other guys, in Terrence Gist and Owen Allen, that have played a good number of snaps for us too at that particular position.
For sure. Yeah. Well, underrated player for you guys that I'm shocked he didn't even crack the list on the all conference list. Peyton Zadroik. I know his season got cut short, or he got a late start to the season. Really showed up late. What do you expect for him out on the defensive line?
He's quick, he's active. He's a local guy. He's right there in your area.
Yep.
So just a ton of heart and spirit. And another guy that I think that it will help him too, when you're talking about Lukia Rawls and Jaden Aquendo, having two other guys that help play at nose guard in addition to Peyton.
Well, best of luck out there this year. We'll expect a good battle, of course, between San Jose State and Air Force. Those battles have been really good, so we expect another game with a whole lot of contrast in styles.
Well, certainly that. It's ironic you say that. You just look here over the last 10 years or so, there have been some marvelous football games between both schools, and hopefully that means there are a good number going forward too.
No doubt. Coach Troy Calhoun, thanks for the time. Best of luck this season, and hopefully we cross paths later down the road.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks to Troy Calhoun for taking some time for us late in the afternoon here at Mountain West Media Days. Looks like we're gonna have potentially Spencer Danielson and Boise State. Maybe, who knows? We're on the fence about it. We'll see. Okay, no Boise State, unfortunately. They are.
They'll come back afterwards because they have to go downstairs at
Okay.
40. So that's kind of like when their time straight locks up a little bit, but they can circle back later after that because they have to go downstairs for Sorry about that.
Okay. So we got Boise State is in a scheduling conflict. They were here. Troy Calhoun was here. We got Troy Calhoun. We got one guy checked off. Air Force Falcons head coach. But Boise State's got to go do some quality control on their end, some TV stuff, which quite honestly is a little bit more important than us. So he's gonna Spencer Danielson, Mountain West Coach of the Year last season. He's gonna come talk to us. We're gonna definitely pick his brain on the magic carpet ride, that being the college football playoff run, and just what was a historic season, with his Boise State Broncos, and all things there for Boise State. Preseason Player of the Year for Maddox Matson, their quarterback, and we're going to talk about their schedule because they got one of those games versus Notre Dame at South Bend. That's very much like the game that they had versus Oregon last season, where those games could come, pretty, they could come pretty close, as far as you lose by a field goal there, and it there becomes that circumstance where it's not the biggest end of the world, from a metric standpoint. Now you got to take care of business everywhere else, of course, but that is the Boise State situation. They're most certainly in prime position to go, based on the schedule and that they live up to it, and they're the Mountain West champions once again. They'll probably be the college football playoff group of 5 representative, barring anything from Tulane or anything from the American or, the Sun Belt, with James Madison or something crazy like that happen. So who knows? We'll see how it pans out, but you got to just take one game at a time, and we're going to get the Boise State head coach Spencer Danielson very shortly, when they're done with some TV stuff. So we talked to Coach Ken Niumatalolo for San Jose State. Just some great stuff from Coach Ken, as always. He's made it evident from the start that this is Walker Eagle's team at quarterback. And he was all like, he's recognized that, and he's made sure that he's taken it. He's making sure that he knows it too, which is the most important thing, right? Because he knows that he's the leader in the room. He's the QB1, and he's got to rally all these guys together. He's got to work with all the new wide receivers. The Leland Smiths, the Danny Scudero, reestablishing stuff with Matt Coleman. The whole 9 yards, as far as gelling with the offensive line, making sure the mesh point is just right with the running backs, and the wide receivers. It's all about building the rapport. And I've been at the practices. The Walker Eagle and Leland Smith tandem and combination. I think that's going to be a money combo for SJSU this season. So I would expect Leland Smith to get a whole lot of yak yards, and just to him, just be the heavy dose guy. As far as the pass catching is concerned, Danny Scudero, I chatted with him during spring ball. He's just happy to be in San Jose. And like that guy, not the biggest guy in the world, but man, he's fast. And he's fast. He's going to be able to beat people off the line of scrimmage and man coverage. I would expect him almost just to play out wide, just like J Lock did. He's just going to probably play that same role that J Lock did, but at the same time, he could be interchangeable, and they could do some very creative stuff with all of these wide receivers. So, Coach Stutz has got a lot of tools in his toolbox here with all the weapons that they have at wide receiver, and it's just a matter of it'll be one guy's game another day. It could be somebody else that blossoms out of nowhere. Another day, like Sebastian Macaluso last year in some spots, in the fourth quarter, is all of a sudden catching a 70-yard bomb versus the Nevada Wolfpack in the fourth quarter. So, there's some games where, for where you might have a guy that's a little bit more deeper in the depth chart, or might not be the guy that has been wide receiver one all year, and he's making impact plays. That's the beauty of a football team, and it could be a different guy on any given day, and who knows what happens. But SJSU, despite them losing some key pieces at wide receiver, there was a lot of depth at that position this year, maybe even more depth than what they had last year, which should excite fans, quite a bit. So for, SJSU, that should be a really nice luxury, that they have. So San Jose State, I wanted to get Coach Ken's thoughts on, just the slide versus the dive. That's always important. I've talked with Coach Stutz about it. I wanted to hear it from Coach Ken himself. Like, hey, we're trying to protect the quarterback, and it's almost like a different way, of teaching. Because me personally, and I'm not out there on the football field, but when you see the quarterbacks just slide out there, and try to they take off, they tuck it, they run, and then they slide last minute. Like, it's almost to the point where you're setting the defense is just, they're setting themselves up, for a tough situation, because we saw a lot of those plays last year, just result into targeting. And, honestly, I can't really fault the defensive player. Like, it's one of those things where if these guys are running 100 miles an hour, the quarterback, and they're sliding last minute, what do you expect the middle linebacker to do? So it's such a tough situation to be in, for the defense, and then if they make that that tough play, they try to record that tackle and they just get enough of the crown of the helmet, or enough of helmet to helmet contact. It's a dangerous play for quarterbacks, but it's also a play for defensively, for the players, where it can result in potentially ejection with the targeting call. So that definitely that's one of those plays now where it's all like, I wonder if we're gonna really just abolish the quarterback slide. I think down the road, like, we've already seen so many injuries with it in the NFL. For at the college level, there hasn't really been too many with it. But man, I think just overall, it's just, it's a dangerous play when the quarterback slide, and it just puts so many more people at risk. When it comes to that stuff. So, I'm personally like, hey, if you can dive, and the quarterback dives, and he, like what Walker's been doing, because clearly the coaching staff's been telling him to do that when he tucks it and runs. I think that is the more the safer route to go to do about it. Just for player safety, and all of that stuff. Like, Coach Ken made it clear, we need Walker for the whole season. And just because not only is he your QB1, he's your best quarterback, but the guys behind him really don't have too much experience. Xavier Ward, played some time at Sam Houston State, but he was fighting for the QB1 job there, and he played like a few snaps last year. He played like 5 snaps last year in the Fresno game. So there's some situations to be had there. God forbid if Walker Egan does go down, the QB2 job, I think, is something that, I think might be, one of the, maybe not a headline, but will be something to watch. Like, okay, who's going to be the backup quarterback, for this team, because you got Xavier Ward, who's definitely going to be there. Robert McDaniel, the UCLA transfer, will be in the conversation as well. SJSU's loading up, at the quarterback position as well. I know Tommy Amason has been, he was a guy that quarterback, still very young, has some time to develop, but he was a guy that really impressed in the spring game. So just overall, very excited, for SJSU perspective, just to see how this group develops. It's pretty clear, like Coach Ken was just so overwhelmed last year with just with the whole quarterback kerfuffle, as far as starting and whatnot. I personally think it was a distraction. Between with Emmett Brown and Walker Egan, they couldn't really decide, and it was one of those things. Like, when it got to the middle of the season, for me personally, like it was just getting a little too crazy, and I think maybe the players didn't really see it all that coming too much. Like, and it just, quite honestly, it just destroys rhythm, because for when you're playing the quarterback position, it's one of those things. Like, when you got 3 completions going, like you're gonna start feeling yourself a little bit. So things change, and all of that, but man, it was just a crazy situation, especially when it was the game at Colorado State, where Emmett Brown's coming in, and then Walker Egan's coming in, and they're shuffling, like when at one point they were shuffling back and forth, on first and second down, and they were just alternating plays. Like, it was a little bit crazy. Coach Ken didn't really like it. I think he trusted Coach Stutzman, to try to figure that out. But Coach kind of had to go in there and maybe respectfully say, like, all right, we need to commit to a guy, because especially the way the season was going, like while all that was happening, things were getting rough quick. A losing streak was going on, and then they finally committed to Walker, and then Walker, SJSU, like the Wyoming game last year when he made his first start. It was a game where you won the game, but it didn't look pretty. And I think with Walker Egan kind of getting those plays and getting those starts under his belt in the back half of the season, and then having the big game versus Stanford, and that win and come from behind fashion in the fourth quarter. I think all those games and those situations, they matter, and I think that's going to help Walker for this year, for a full season of starting at the quarterback position. And we didn't even really get to talk to Coach Ken about it, but the backfield, with Floyd Chalk, Lamar Radcliffe, and Jabari Bates, and how they all have their own strengths and weaknesses. Like, fourth and inches, like you're gonna go give that to Lamar Radcliffe. Floyd Chalk is one of these guys where he's so shifty, and yeah, he's a little bit on the smaller side, but man, that dude can go. And then you got Jabari Bates, who's just the best of both of them, in a sense, where he just provides versatility. And he could go catch a ball in the backfield. He could go get you the 3rd and 1 if necessary. Fourth quarter, you're trying to drill some clock. Floyd and Jabari Bates were in some situations last year where they could run the clock out, and move the chains and compile some first down. So very very excited to see what SJSU's got this year. I mean, there's a whole lot of buzz about them, rightfully so. Just given what they got at personnel and what they got coming back, and we'll see how it all pans out with them. They play 6 first-year head coaches, by the way, which is pretty remarkable. They got Central Michigan for the season opener. That's a Friday night game. They're facing first-year head coach Matt Drinkle, the Central Michigan Chippewas, and Yeah, that's very much should be a W for San Jose State. They're well way more ahead. They're well more in progress, and they're compared to a Central Michigan team that's just got so many moving parts. They got the quarterback coming back, but they're a team right now that's just got a first year head coach still trying to instill and build the culture. That's tough. And then you got to go to San Jose. I was looking at Central Michigan's schedule. It's brutal. They got to go to San Jose State week 1. Then week 2, they're at Pitt against the Pittsburgh Panthers. And then week 3, they're on the road at Ann Arbor versus the Michigan Wolverines. 3 straight road games, all against tough opponents. So they're not getting any favors with the schedule and the non-conference. I mean, that's one of the toughest non-conferences that you'll find. Through the first 3 weeks of any schedule in college football. So, that they're most certainly in an uphill battle. But San Jose State, that should be a very winnable game for them. And they should. I think they should win. They should be able to win that game with margin. But you never know. This is why we play games. Players got to go settle it out there on the field, and like we said before, the SJSU, I think is just way more ahead than compared to Central Michigan from when this game's going to be played in a month and a half from now. As far as the Air Force Falcons are concerned, we talked to Troy Calhoun. Great conversation. Talking about just on and off the field with Coach Ken, just all of the commander in chief battles that when Coach Ken Niumatalolo was back at Navy at head coach, and those guys have had their fair share of battles, but man, you didn't, nobody could see him earlier except me, but those guys shared a moment for sure, which was definitely cool to see. So look, Air Force, I think, is going to be better this year. I mean, it was interesting to say that, like, Coach Calhoun, like, this might be another one of those, like, hey, we got a lot of like younger guys that are going to be starting, which actually worried me a little bit. Just given like they could be under the same start, but that the same poor start that they had last year. But it was just one of those things for Air Force last year. When you watch their week 1 game. I watched their week 1 game from start to finish versus Mary Mac because they had week 2 versus Air Force the next week. So I wanted to see what the offense looked like. And week 1, they played the Mary Mac Warriors, a game that they should have won by maybe like 4 touchdowns. It was just one of those games, like it's almost like a preseason, dress rehearsal game. Like let everybody go nuts. And they only won the game by like 10 points, which was to me. You win the game, okay, that's fine. But the offense didn't look good. The eye test didn't really reflect, a W in my book. And, John Boucher just had difficulties running that offense last year. He's not back this year. He graduated. And, they're going to have, some new pieces this year that are going to be exciting to watch. Dylan Carson in the backfield. He's got a chance, quite honestly, to be one of the better guys in that pipeline for Air Force. He's gonna just basically be their bulldozer on the dive plays, and where hey, we need 4th and 1, we're going to you. Whether it's the sweep play with their quarterback, which the quarterback position is a very interesting one with Air Force, because they had they had John Boucher last year, and then they had Quentin Hayes last year as well, and he was the guy that really got them going, but he is not on the roster. So all of a sudden, Air Force has got to deal with some change at the quarterback position, which that's kind of been the big deal for them. Where like when they find a rhythm with the guy at the quarterback, like that was the big thing for me. Like Zeke Daniels was so good for them for so many years. It was just one of those things like the offense was humming as long as he was there. He graduates, and then Zach Larrier's waiting, the track athlete, and doing track on the side over there at Air Force, and then playing football at the quarterback position. Offense looked great under him. He gets he plays the full year. They win like 10 games. Didn't make the Mountain West title game, and then he goes back out there again for another season, and then he gets hurt, and then towards the back half of the year, when they were playing Boise State in a crucial game. Winner goes to the conference championship game. That was when Boise fired Andy Avalos, and that's when Spencer Danielson took over. So the Air Force team, at quarterback this year, they're gonna have to you figure this thing out. Looks like it's gonna be junior Josh Johnson. I mean, that's the guy that's projected to start. We should have probably asked Coach Calhoun on the situation with the quarterbacks, but we were a little bit pressed for time there in that spot for his interview, because he had to go do his TV stuff. So everybody's running all over the place. I'm just thankful that we got him on, and he got to talk. We just got to talk ball with him for a little bit. But I would expect junior Josh Johnson. If I were a betting man in this city right now in Las Vegas, I would say that junior Josh Johnson, is going to be the guy that's projected to start. Now, you got to watch those Air Force games closely, especially their offense. That's the key component for me when I'm watching Air Force football here in this season. In particular, the first 3 weeks, I want to see the progressions that they make on offense. If they're drilling teams and they're winning 28-0, and they're doing their thing, and the eye test reflects good results, then the Air Force Falcons can win 6-7 games simply because with their ground and pound triple option offense, and the way that they play defense, because that defense is so well rested because of the time of possession that the offense, drills and, works. And it's just one of these things, like, they're so stout up front. Offensively, they're really good, if that presents it. So they're gonna be a tough team to beat. They're gonna be a tough team to beat if all of a sudden that offense starts to go. They could be a wild card in the Mountain West, but we talked about it with Coach Calhoun on the back end, and that was of the interview, that San Jose State and Air Force have had some really good battles over the years. The week 2 game last year, just a low scoring Air Force type game, both offenses sputtering, both defenses playing out of their minds. Derek Odom defense came to play, against the fullback dive, just really shutting it down last year in Colorado Springs. And, all of a sudden, the Falcons, were trying to, make stuff happen based on trying to force turnovers. And I remember Emmett Brown had a turnover in that game, kind of sparked up the offense a little bit. But, San Jose State was able to make one extra, touchdown drive on offense late in the fourth quarter to pull out a game there. I talked about the game 2 years ago in San Jose, last time they were out here, out there in the Bay Area. The game was close, and it was San Jose State had a lead at halftime. And in the second half, Air Force goes and does their thing. They won the toss. They deferred. Third quarter rolls around, and all of a sudden, they score a touchdown drive, and they drilled like 13 of the 15 minutes of the third quarter. And that throws teams off. Sitting on the bench like that for so long, and it just takes your whole team out of rhythm. So that is definitely the way Air Force likes to do their thing, and that's why they win a lot of football games. That's why Troy Calhoun, with his 18 years as the Air Force head coach, he's made a bowl 13 of the 18 seasons, and 3 seasons out of his 18 years, he went 5-7. One of those years was the COVID year when he went 3-3, and then he went 2-10 in 2013. Like, so this is a guy that has when they don't make a bowl game, it's at least 5-win season. So that just tells you all you need to know. How well coached, well disciplined those guys are, and just how effective their scheme works. When they're playing teams in the Mountain West, because even though everybody knows everybody in this league, and yeah, we have coordinator changes and stuff like that, and schemes change, but the book is out by the first game, and you could game plan for a team by the time by the time you play them in week 2 or whatever week you play them in. So it's just amazing that Air Force, they find a way. They're not going to fool anybody, with you know their scheme. But it's one of those things, you know what's coming, but go out and try to stop it. And that's the whole thing with that team. Some teams stuff it very well. The Armies, the Navies, San Jose State played it well last year. Like that's just the way things go. And Air Force, just man, they're just such a tight knitted group, and they're just so disciplined. And when they play their brand of football, when they're dictating the way that they want things to, they can go out and win a whole lot of football games. So look, folks, we're gonna take a short break. We're gonna have Boise State coming in, and then we're gonna have a few more interviews coming our way. Probably in the 2 o'clock hour. Fresno State, Hawaii, and University of Nevada. So we got a few more interviews. We got 4 more interviews that we still got to knock out, and then after that, that will conclude our festivities. So we're gonna take a break. When we come back, we will have our next interview lined up, and it could be Boise State, it could be somebody else. We're gonna find out when you guys find out. So we'll be right back. Uh, Short break on our end here at Mountain West Media Days at Circa Las Vegas.
me to hold this or just?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can hold it.
That is all yours. It's your mic for yours.
Okay.
We are back at Mountain West Media Days live from Las Vegas, Nevada. We got Fresno State head coach Matt Entz. Coach, how we doing?
I'm good. How are you today?
Good.
Good.
First year here in the Central Valley, exciting time for you, a new chapter in your career. And, just talk to me about how the transition's been. I imagine it's been a whirlwind on your end.
It has been. It's had its moments. There's been moments when I've been drinking out of a fire hose, but at the time, we got things kind of calmed down. We got our roster set, and everyone's looking forward to the season starting soon. And I've been really excited about the transition. It's been seamless. There's tremendous people in the Central Valley. There's great continuity and alignment with our administration, with our leadership on campus. They understand the role of athletics, and so that is a big reason why I wanted to be there.
You had tons of success at the FCS division at North Dakota State. Looking to bring that to Fresno. You bring the heavy run offense. At least that's what you've been accustomed to up north in Fargo. Is that the same philosophy that you plan to bring out there in Fresno with the personnel that you guys have?
Well, we need to be able to run the football.
Sure.
I think when you look at college football in general, the teams that are able to run the football or have consistency up front on the line of scrimmage generally play longer, have more success late in the season. And so we need to be able to run the football because it will set up the throw game as well. But we got to play great defense too. It's a game. It's a complementary game, and we need all three phases to be, playing at a high level.
The guys that came with you guys on this trip, Jacob Spalmer, Azilian Hamilton, those guys have been well accustomed to the Central Valley.
Mm-hmm.
I guess have they made your transition easier? Have those guys been stepping stones and
They have
kind of made the transition for everybody with all the new faces easy?
I can speak real highly of our veterans, our seniors. We have 20 plus seniors this year, and all of them have been critical in my transition, in their transition too. I mean, it's kind of a two-way street. We all got to get together, and we all got to come together and be able to put a good product on the field. But our players have bought into the system. They bought into the subtle changes that we put out there schematically, but also just how we operate as a program has changed slightly too.
You've coached some experienced quarterbacks, in your previous, job, whether it's Cam Miller or, Trey Lance,
Mm-hmm.
Was that kind of what you envision here? Going into Fresno, like, okay, EJ Warner's coming in. I need a guy with an experience.
That was part of the reason why we did bring EJ in in January, is we just needed someone who had played college football. Up until that point, we had no one on our roster that had actually really started a game at the collegiate level. And now we have three young men that we feel really good about. It's going to be an interesting fall camp in that regards. We're going to have to evaluate everything from communication to leadership to accuracy. All of it is going to be taken into the decision-making process of who our starter is going to be.
San Jose State and Fresno State. This is a rivalry that is, it's pretty significant out in the, whether the battle for the Valley. What have you heard about it from the players, from the fan base? Because it's obviously it holds a whole lot of meaning every year, that matchup.
Right, and it's unique. It's the last game of the year as well,
Yep.
and so that'll create a little bit of excitement of that final game of the regular season. I've seen pictures, I've seen videos of people hoisting trophy, the big V. I'm excited about it, and I know Ken well. I know he'll have his group ready to go too for that game, and the proximity of the two universities makes it's a natural rivalry, and it should be. That's what college football is about, and we need those.
100% with you. Before we sign off with you, your bulldozing trio on the ground. With Elijah Gilliam, Arsenault, and Bryson Donaldson.
Yep.
What have you seen from those guys with the stout offensive line in front of them here? Just during camp and during the summer and here in the off season from those guys.
Well, we've challenged all three of those running backs to help themselves by becoming more durable, maybe adding 5 pounds, leaning up. Because it is a long season. We're going to need all three of them. But, the fact that you were able to say all three names like that, and then there's a couple others in that room that can help us too as well. We feel like that's one of our deeper position groups on our team. And so we have to be able to utilize them. I wouldn't be surprised if you see one, if not two of those guys on the field at the same time.
Well, we look forward to seeing that, and best of luck out there in the Central Valley. That's a fan base that is loud. They're gonna no doubt pack the stadium out there, and That's definitely a great Mountain West environment. So best of luck out there
I
in year
appreciate
one.
it. Thank you. Thanks for having me on today.
Yeah, no problem. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
There you have it. Fresno State head coach Matt Entz. Appreciate the time. You're all good to go.
Thanks.
Fresno State head coach Matt Entz taking some time for us to ask a few questions. He's running a tight operation. We got some like he's running his schedule. He's all over the place. He's already all the way on the other side of the room here. So, look, it's a new regime out there in Fresno now, and they're gonna have to find a way, make it work. He's dealt with some experienced quarterbacks and two-time FCS national champion at North Dakota State. So he brings a background to Fresno that is definitely needed. Because look, last year for Fresno, like they were dealt with a tough situation. Jeff Tedford, steps down due to some health issues. Tim Skipper comes in, former Fresno State linebacker, was on their coaching staff, and he was just trying to make things happen and trying to just get the best out of what was a unfortunate situation there. And for Fresno State, they got the most of what they did out of the roster. I think Mikey Keene had himself some limitations and some issues. He had way too many interceptions. Now Keene is at Michigan, so he'll be backing up I imagine a Bryce Underwood at quarterback there. But look, Fresno, with that rivalry game and the way that they go, this is a team that is going to pound the rock. That it's just really that simple. I had to ask him about the trio of running backs because they're going to use, like he said, they're going to use two at a time on the field. They're going to have some exotic run packages, and he's got an experienced quarterback with EJ Warner. Now he had Cam Miller and Trey Lance when Matt Entz coached them at North Dakota State. Those guys had experience, and EJ Warner was a guy at Temple, at Rice. Touchdown to interception ratio is a little bit hairy, but this is definitely a guy that's going to sling it. He's going to put up his numbers, and Fresno has a chance. When they click, they could be a really fun offense to watch. Teams are going to have a hard time going into that building now. It seems like the past couple of years have dropped one sluggish home game, one game that they shouldn't have. Whether that be the Hawaii game last year, when Hawaii came from the island to the valley, and it was just a battle that Fresno shouldn't have lost. It. They kind of gave the game away. Hawaii stole it. Braden Shager was out there making some plays, and that's a guy that and that's a team for Hawaii. We're going to talk to him in a little bit. That there's some positive buzz around them. That this is the year that a lot of media people think that Timmy Chang in year 4 can really get his team to a bowl. And we talked to Fele Ashlock yesterday. I mean, he is one of the most prolific wide receivers that we might see in the Mountain West this year. I mean, the numbers just jump off the charts. I think he's going to be close to or near 1,000 receiving yards on the season for the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors. But just back to Fresno State. This is going to be an interesting year 1, Coach. Obviously, I'll be paying attention to everybody, but this is one because Fresno's clearly got some expectations. They got some deep pockets, and they got some guys that they've worked out for. Now this defense, it's got tons of changes. They got a new defensive coordinator. They got a new OC. New OC is from the South Dakota Coyotes, Josh Davis. So it's gonna be a combination. Of some things there with what he brought, but at the same time, Matt Entz is gonna implement his philosophy, like he said. So that will definitely be an interesting scenario there for the offense. And from EJ Warner's perspective, we talked about the mobile quarterbacks that Coach Matt Entz has coached. I'm just interested to see how many designed run packages we see for Warner, because Warner's not necessarily known for his, for taking off on his feet and, and doing some things there. So Are they gonna have some designed runs to make them boot out and go? Or is the offensive line going to be able to do that? Is he going to take advantage of those windows and opportunities? We're going to find out, because I think the scheme is definite. The scheme is definitely run first, and I think it might be the O line and the running back room might be so good, and they might take over games where it just might make Warner at quarterback, just pretty comfortable, as a whole here, to get things going and get him into a rhythm. So they're going to be an interesting watch. They were 6-7 last year, 4-3 in the Mountain West. They lost 3 of 4 games to Fresno State to end the season, including that home game versus Hawaii, as we alliterated to, and then at Air Force, at UCLA. They lost that crazy bowl game, the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, to Northern Illinois, future Mountain West member, but they're still in the MAC. They played like a double overtime game. In that one, there were some guys that played in it. We already know how the Bulls go. It's basically a bunch of backups and things like that, because the transfer portal, as stupid as it is, just the portal opens before all these bowl games. And that's something that they need to change about. Just the rules. Like, could we just push the portal until after the national championship game is done or something along those lines? I feel like we got to get that, because bowl season has been ruined the past couple of years since this whole the portal madness. Because once when the portal door opens, there was just so many players going into it that these bowl games, and for what a season that should be celebrated, is just no more, because other guys are going other ways, and these teams where their season ends early, they're done. They're already recruiting for the next season, which I don't necessarily like. San Jose State, San Jose State the past couple of years, their bowl game has actually not been impacted too much. When they were in the Hawaii Bowl, South Florida was not impacted too much. They had some guys out, but they were, still, some pieces that were going to do some things. We got Hawaii Rainbow Warriors coming. We got Timmy Chang approaching the booth right now. How's it going, Coach?
I'm doing good. How's
Good,
everything
good.
going? Are we live or what?
Yeah, we are live. Mike is hot. Go ahead and pick that up. We can get this thing rolling.
Oh, Mike is hot. What's up, San Jose?
We got Hawaii Rainbow Warriors head coach Timmy Chang. Coach, how we doing? Vibes are high.
But vibes are always high in the beginning of the season.
Of course.
Everybody's excited. I think we're just all excited to get football back and see one of the greatest games ever invented, played by passionate student athletes and coaches that care about their guys.
Yeah, no doubt. So you're entering year 4 now.
Yep.
You've been well established on the island, as far as your role and as a head coach and as a leader of the group there on the island. Just talk to me about the optimism of this group, because it just feels like there's just a little bit more of a buzz. Year 1, you were still trying to get your guys. Year 2,
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
let's get a step in the right direction. Year 3, year 4. Year 4 now, it seems like this is the year, okay, let's take that big step now.
Yeah. I mean, you're exactly right. I think the first 3 years, and first 2 especially, you're really trying to find your identity and build your program, believe in what you started and how you're recruiting and how you're hiring your coaches and what you're teaching and what you're emphasizing. I think as we looked at last year, going 5-7, 3 games were really close, and it could have gone either way, and just looking back on those trials, I think we're just in a learning phase, and this from January all the way till tomorrow, when our guys go and do some military training on an Army base. It's all about growth, and that's all we've been trying to do, is just grow. And I think if we can continue on that pattern of just getting better, this season looks hopeful for us.
Pele Ashlock, this guy's gonna be really good. He's been good for you guys.
Yeah.
This might be the time where he might shatter some wide receiver records, for within your offense here. He's a confident individual. We talked to him yesterday. He's got it. He's got that swagger. What does he bring to your offense, to your group? On and off the field.
Yeah, he is a special individual. I mean, we recruited him as a freshman. He's going into his 4th year, going to be a junior now. Redshirted him his first. But like you guys seen in Nick Nash, right? Just how you saw him at quarterback. I remember when we were at Nevada playing against Nick Nash at quarterback, and just seeing the progressional growth of a guy. But Philly's the same way. I mean, he just continues to grow. I love that he's confident in himself, and I think that with just him just executing, doing everything right, on and off the field, it's for him. The possibilities are endless.
Coach Kenny Amatulolo, he's born and raised on the island.
Oh yeah.
Just talk to me about the relationship that you guys have had. Just because it just seems like that culture out there just seems like everybody knows each other.
It does. It will really. My father coached Coach Kenny when he was in high school at Radford High School.
Wow.
And so we go way back. Our families go way back. Very, very, very proud. My dad's always been very proud of Coach Kenny and the rest of his players, but especially Coach Kenny. From when he was at Navy, and just establishing his family, just religion, his family, his faith, and his football. I mean, you can see how everything just aligns in order. And so for me, I look up to Coach Kenny, and as I was a little kid watching him, and to where he is now, very special, as well as the other guys on the staff, some of my teammates, some of the guys I coached with, some of them are friends. I mean, they're friends, of course, but it is a tight-knit community. It is a tight-knit bunch between San Jose and Hawaii, and it always been. I mean, that's why we play for the Dick Tomey Trophy.
Yep.
The late Dick Tomey was such a great coach for both programs, and we owe a lot of. I know from in Hawaii, for me, speaking for me, and even one of my mentors in June Jones, just we owe so much to Dick Tomey for how both of our programs are where we are and the success that they've had.
For you guys are always playing in these week 0 games. Do you guys like the early start? With stuff like that, and you get the national TV game, the primetime setting, and stuff like that. You've guys been in this window now for the past couple of years now.
Yeah, I love it. We love it. We do travel further than anyone in the country. I know, and so it's one of those things where it does make sense for us. And I love playing the week 0 game. I also love playing 6:00 Hawaii time when we're the only show on television. And so just continuing to add value to the Mountain West, add value to the Hawaii football program, having that late night spot, the chase game. But playing that week 0 game, all eyes on the Mountain West, all eyes on the University of Hawaii.
There you have it. Head coach Timmy Chang. Best of luck this season. Thanks for the time.
Thanks. Appreciate you inviting me on the show, man.
Oh yeah. Appreciate you.
Aloha.
There you have it. Head coach Timmy Chang representing University of Hawaii going into year 4. Awesome. I love it. Bring in the swagger. That was such a great interview. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing, everybody. San Jose State head coach Kenny Amatulolo. This guy, I swear, he's got a connection with everybody. Like, how cool is that? Him and his dad got Coach Timmy Chang and his dad and Coach Ken got connections like that. That's pretty amazing, man. We should figure this out. Is there a head coach in college football that doesn't know Coach Ken, like that hasn't met him personally? Because it seems like this guy's got a connection with everybody. He knows they've crossed paths at some point. I know Coach has been coaching for over 40 years, but like my goodness, like somebody's got a story. Someone's got nothing good to say about Coach Kenny Amatulolo, and that's great stuff. So Timmy Chang, I love it. He's embracing being on camera too. I like that a lot. So we got Fresno State, and we just had Fresno State Matt Entz not too long ago. Just wrapped up with University of Hawaii Rainbow Warriors head coach Timmy Chang. Well, he's entering year 4, as we talked about. And look, the results, from a win-loss ratio are not there. 13-25 overall. He had the 3 wins in year 1, and then back-to-back 5-win seasons. Went 5-7, 3-4 in the Mountain West last year. We talked about them, scoring an upset on the road in Fresno, which was a big game for them. They got Stanford in a week 0 game this year, and I think they're going to win the game. I mean, look, I think they had a UCLA team on the ropes last year, and they just let them off the hook. I think they played Stanford 2 years ago as well, and Stanford beat them on the island. And this is a game. I feel like this is the tone setter game. Like, this is going to be one of those matchups for Hawaii, where if they lose a tough one like they did the past couple years in week 0, that would stink for this group, because I think that this is the year that they're going to take a positive step. I think that this will be the year where they're going to be bowl eligible, and I think that would be a win of the season. As far as Hawaii is concerned, they were 90th in total offense, 93rd in total defense. And how about this? Just a little crazy stat that we got for Hawaii: 2-8 off a bye this year, or 2-8 off a bye the last 10 games. So usually off a bye, and ironically, it just really hasn't been good. They have Utah State and San Jose State off their 2 byes this year, so just keep that in the back of your mind. The numbers aren't good there when they're coming off a bye, which is actually kind of shocking. Extra time to prepare, bodies rest, reacclimated. The travel, the travel aspect for them, is pretty wacky. And I remember them going to they were playing at Vanderbilt last year, 2 years ago, and it's like, man, when you really think about it, Vanderbilt at the construction site when they were getting all the remodels, that is just one heck of a travel schedule. When you're going all the way from the island to Nashville, Tennessee, what is that, like a 9-10 hour flight? That's no fun. And that's the thing. We asked the players about it yesterday. Like, how do you guys get through all the air miles every single year? Because that's draining. Every single time that you guys go out, you guys play 1 game a week. It's not like with the basketball team. So the basketball team's in the Big West. They're soon going to be full-time Out West member. But when the basketball team, what they would do is they would fly out from the island, and they'd play at least 2 road games. So in Big West and the basketball team, they would play, okay, let's go play Cal State Bakersfield, and we're going to play Cal Poly, and then we're going to fly back. They would be out in the States for nearly a week, 5 days, let's just call it. And then, they would, go from there. See, the thing is with the Rainbow Warriors is, you got the game once a week, and, you're flying to the game, you're playing the game, and then you're flying back. And, I don't think they have too many of these exotic, non-conference games. I think they play Sam Houston State again, or they played them last year. We'll double check their schedule to see if there's a crazy scheduling spot with them. But for Hawaii, they got some opportunities on the schedule, I believe, to take teams by surprise. Micah Elahado returns at quarterback, really shined on the back end of the season. He had 469 passing yards, 5 touchdowns in the season finale versus the New Mexico Lobos, spoiling the Lobos party for bowl eligibility. So the kid's good. He knows the offense and run and shoot. He's an underclassman, which I think will help because he'll be in the system for some time. And I think the kid's the real deal. I think Braden Shager, he was good running their offense, but had some limitations. I think the interceptions were somewhat of an issue in some spots, throughout his career. And look, now you got Micah Alejado is going to take over. I think they're going to be, the offensive numbers will improve. I think the defensive numbers are going to improve as well, simply because they bring 10 starters. They bring 10 starters back on offense. They lost like two. They graduated a receiver and Spencer Curtis, and then they lost Crowdis to the portal, one of their other the backup receivers. But they bring 10 guys back, 10 starters back on offense. That is massive. We talk about roster continuity, and look, that matters so much. Having guys that have been in the room together, established within the offense, like this is why I feel like it's one of those things you got to buy in, because right now there's teams like San Jose State, Hawaii, Boise State. Those three I would say are the three teams, the that like the tier one. Those three teams are in the tier in the highest in the Mountain West, where you're like, okay, week one, I know what I'm getting because I got X amount of players back. When you get to the teams like a San Diego State, a UNLV, an Air Force, Wyoming, there's a lot of teams in the league this year. Where you're like, man, you have to watch the week one games, not only to see the quarterback, how are they playing in the scheme, just how are the relationships on and off the field, are things meshing, there's a bunch of different factors to this stuff. So I'm very interested to see that, and how that materializes, especially early on in the season, because I think Hawaii, with it when they're playing a team like Stanford just fired their coach, Troy Taylor, like literally right before the spring game, and they literally bring in Frank Reich. Now Frank Reich has no college coaching experience, all of it's in the NFL, and I think it's just one of those situations for Coach Reich to just survive the year, just make it through. I think that's what's going to be the big deal is for Stanford. Uh, they just got so much roster turnover. Once when Taylor got fired, all the dudes just hit the portal. Obviously, they got absolutely raided. So, man, it's just one of those things. Like Stanford football, it wasn't in the greatest, it wasn't in the greatest place with Troy Taylor to begin with, but now that they kick the can on him, and they bring in Frank Reich as the interim for the year, I have even more worries about Stanford. I think Hawaii should be a favorite, so I'm going to that's going to be very interesting on that end. So, look, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back here momentarily. We're going to say bye to some folks here on our end. They're departing. They got all their interviews done. And when we come back, we will have the Nevada Wolfpack. We're also still waiting on the Boise State Broncos with Spencer Danielson. So don't go anywhere, folks. We got some more interviews coming your way. Jeff Choate, I imagine, will be arriving shortly. Nevada Wolfpack head coach, and then Spencer Danielson, the reigning Mountain West Coach of the Year, up still on deck. Turn this one on for you. There we are. We are back at Mountain West Media Days. Almost there. We got University of Nevada, Reno head coach Jeff Choate. Coach, how we doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me today.
Yeah, of course. So you're heading into year 2 at Reno. Just talk to me about the optimism of this team, because the way I felt like for you guys last year, you guys were so much better than what the record indicated. I mean, you guys just really couldn't get on the right side of the one-score games late.
Yeah, there was a lot of gut-wrenching losses, including one in San Jose that started our conference play. And I think back, there's always these little moments. Hey, what if? What would that have created in terms of confidence and momentum for us if we could just get over the hump there? Whether that was the San Jose game, or that was the Boise game, or that was the Fresno game, I could kind of go down the list. But
sure.
I mean, I think that in spite of the fact that we weren't able to get over that hump, as you mentioned, that we do have a lot of guys in my one-on-ones with them after the season. They talked about that. They're like, Coach, we're not that far away. We're a play here, a player there, a call here, a call there. And we just got to be more disciplined. And then that starts with this offseason.
Let's talk about your quarterback in Chuba Purdy, because he was kind of your gadget guy last year, when, at least in the San Jose game, where, he come in on a trick play here, and next thing you know, he's throwing a pass here. Now that he's kind of, the leader of this offense, he's going to be commanding it. What have you liked from him? An experienced guy that has been around the block.
Yeah. Experience is one thing that stands out. Leadership is one thing that stands out. And then overall athleticism, I think that's people probably don't really know what a really good overall athlete Chuba is. And so I'm excited to see what he can do leading our offense. And we've got some very capable guys behind him that, I'm excited about seeing how AJ's developed in the offseason as well. And so I think we're overall a faster, longer, deeper football team.
You kind of express your displeasure of the schedule and just how things worked last year. You feel good about the schedule this year, the non-conference and
I feel
the Mountain West schedule.
Yeah, I feel a little better. Yeah,
sure.
I mean, when it was all said and done, we did end up. It's hard to build a program and build confidence and create momentum when you're kind of your back's to the wall all the time. And I felt like that was a tough position to put our players in. And I definitely feel like the non-conference, we open up with Penn State. All of us have to go out and test ourselves a bit against good opponents. But I think the rest of the non-conference schedule is a little bit more manageable. And, I think that the conference schedule is always, you got to play who you got to play in conference. I mean, that part of it doesn't bother me. But you got to set yourself up for a little bit of success too.
We talked, I mentioned, for you guys about, just getting over the hump in the fourth quarter. I've always just talked to people like, it takes a skill to close out games. Have you kind of preached that, I know it's a different group this year, but you guys kind of got some returners, but have you kind of made that a point of emphasis to your group? Like, hey, fourth quarter execution after the 2-minute timeout, like it's got to be pristine.
Yeah. And I think especially in those close games, like you mentioned, where, a small error can really snowball and kind of, pop the balloon, so to speak. And we had that happen to us in some really critical situations. And, I think number one, learning from that, I think is going to be powerful. We have so many living examples that I can sit in that room and I can say, look, this decision led to this. This decision led to this. This error led to this. All right, let's eliminate those. And this is how we're going to go about making better decisions. And I think ultimately that's what's going to be the difference for us.
You talked about the crazy game for San Jose State last year, but you got them on the schedule this year, and the Spartans come to your side of the woods. Just talk to me about the challenges that San Jose State present, because there's not really that go-to guy that they have. They just kind of have so many productive guys on their offense that could really hurt you.
Yeah, obviously Nash last year was a focal point coming in the game, but the other big outside guy was the one that probably was the difference in the game at the end of it. So, I mean, obviously, the thing about San Jose State, they've always had talented players, especially in the skill positions. I think back to my days at Boise. I can remember in 2006 when we went on that run to beat Oklahoma. That was the one game that came down to the wire. We had to kick a field goal as time expired to win that. And, it's a tough place to play. I mean, it really is. And so I'm glad that, we get them in our place this year.
Boise State, I know that's a place that's very near and dear to your heart. Is that a game that you kind of just always look forward to, whether it's going back to Boise or just playing the Broncos in general every year?
Yeah, I think I think Nevada and Boise have always had a tradition all the way going back to the Big Sky days. And geographically, even though we're a 7-hour drive, it's still relatively close for the West Coast. And I think the programs were built a lot the same way, whether that was, the lineage of great coaches that came through Boise, or Coach Alt doing it kind of on his own shoulders. And so it's a fun opponent, and there's always going to be a lot of attention around a game like that.
Love it. There you have it, Jeff Choate, head coach for Nevada. Thanks for the time. Best of luck this season.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep. Take care.
You as well. There you have it, head coach for Nevada. Thanks for the time. You're all good to go. Look, Nevada, the Wolfpack, we're a team that, man, I just said it to coach right now. Like that team, like if you would have told me that team last year went 3-10 and 0-7 in league play, like there was no way. Like if anybody recalls, they had the week 0 primetime game. There was 4 games in week 0, and it was Nevada versus SMU in week 0. And SMU, of course, makes to the college football playoff. And Nevada, the Wolfpack, had themselves a lead the entirety of the game. And it was one of the, and especially the way you look at the way SMU ended up turning out last season, man, like if Nevada just pulled off the upset in week 0, that was the first game of the Jeff Cho era. Right then and there, man, because I'm going to be completely honest. I thought SMU, just the way that they had, all the preseason hype and all the way that they went last year, I thought, the Mustangs are going to take them to the woodshed. But I was just very impressed with just the amount, what Jeff Choate got out of his guys last year. Because, defensively, he's a defensive guy. He just gets the most out of his players. And, in last year's roster, I would say, for any time you're going to a new place and you're inheriting a new roster, it's not going to be, you just got to make the necessary moves. It wasn't maybe it's a roster that he probably liked, but he was probably like, okay, yeah, we could still make some building blocks in this area. They're going to be another one of these teams. Like if there's no way that they're gonna lose all those 1-score games again. Like I'm gonna call it right now. They're gonna pull off a massive upset, like and kind of blow like just throw a monkey wrench into the standings of some sort. It might come late in the year. Their record might not be good. Even like let's just say like they're 0-5 in Mountain West play, which I don't think that's gonna happen. But let's just say they are. That's a team I would be very careful with. Like they should have beat Boise State last year on the road. And he knows Boise State very well. He was a assistant coach there, so he definitely knows them well. And that's a game that he always looks forward to. He just said it to him. He just said it to us himself. So that is Nevada versus Boise State. That's a game that I definitely got circled just because of the guys. They just know each other very well. That's the one that I look for. That's the one that I look to. Like, hey, potential live underdog upset pick, if you will. Nevada versus Boise State. I can get a little bit frisky there. I will say this: San Jose State, Nevada. They've played some crazy games over the years. Ironically enough, my first game ever on the air for San Jose State radio was against Nevada. And we had the Spartans had Chevin Cordero at quarterback. Nevada had it was a new different regime back then, different coach. I think it was Ken Wilson coaching back then, and they had a guy named Shane Illingsworth. He was like 6'8", and they had another quarterback, Nate Cox, and he was like 6'11". I think he's if you go look him up, I think he's one of the tallest quarterbacks in like FBS, like to ever play in the FBS, like. 6'11" for a quarterback that's gnarly. So, and they came to San Jose. They were putrid all year. They won they might have been like 1-8 or something. And it was the homecoming game for San Jose State. The Spartans at that time, they were still under Brent Brennan, and they were supposed to just drill them. And the game was like ugly, low scoring, and all of a sudden, Chevin Cordero has to rip off this crazy run in the fourth quarter, late in the game, to pull something off. Last year, everybody knows. I mean, he mentioned it immediately, Coach Choate. Like, man, that was actually the game where all the quarterback controversy started with San Jose State, because Emmett Brown was doing very well. He had the big game versus Washington State prior to that. He was going crazy. The Spartans were coming off a bye. The vibes were high in San Jose, and then all of a sudden Jeff Choate had a really good game plan for Emmett Brown, and Emmett could not solve the puzzle at all. And it was the offense was sputtering. Things were not going the Spartans' way, and then that's when Walker Egat came in out of nowhere late in the fourth quarter with like 3 minutes to go in the game, and everyone's just kind of like, okay, what's going on here? Is Emmett hurt? Because he was grimacing in the fourth quarter a little bit, and Walker finished out the game, and it was just, and it's amazing how like everything panned out, and it turned it into be one heck of a game of musical chairs at the quarterback position. But let me tell you, that game was pretty nuts because Walker came in, he hit like 2 bombs to Sebastian Macaluso, and all of a sudden the Spartans are running wild and winning the game and stealing the game in their own building versus Nevada Wolfpack. So man, Nevada just couldn't get on the right side of some of those victories last year, and I think there's going to be a situation for them this year where I think they're going to get on the right side, and I think they're going to score a big upset. I mean, I could totally see it happening. And if they just played good for 5 more minutes versus SMU, you just think about what would have happened in the college football playoff bracket. Because Clemson ended up getting in, but what happens to that extra spot? You would have a whole lot more moving parts there as far as the top 12 is concerned. So I'm very just interested to see how this whole thing pans out. So look, I don't know what's going to happen here with the Boise State Broncos. They've had themselves a very tight schedule. Spencer Danielson. We'll wait around for a little bit more for him. So we're going to take a very short break, and then when we come back, we'll have an update on our Boise State situation here in a little bit.
to the bathroom like real quick. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
We just need to go over there by 4.
By
so
4?
we still have some time.
Yeah, absolutely. No worries. Thank you so much.
Nope.
You're gonna go ahead and take a seat where Evan is, and then
Where
Nick,
he is? Yep.
Yeah, and then Nick is gonna be back in just a few minutes.
All good. How you doing, bud? Spencer.
Evan,
Yeah, good to meet you, Evan. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for making the time for us. We knew as soon as he went to the bathroom that you guys were gonna show up too. I was just like foolproof.
It's usually how it works.
Totally.
Usually how it works.
Hopefully your day hasn't been too long.
It's been fun. I enjoy talking about our team and outsiders and meeting people. So it's been good. What about you guys?
Oh yeah.
It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah,
It's been,
definitely.
It's a cool experience to just meet all the players and the coaches and everything.
Yeah,
So,
this is our second media day. This is our first football one. We came out to basketball last year, and that was a real treat. It wasn't at Circa, but it was at resorts.
Got it.
Yeah, and
that
so
was
it's going to be
great.
at resorts again this year. I told you.
Been waiting on you, man.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
All right, you guys are live here, and then whenever you guys are ready.
Turn this one on before we. We are back at Mountain West Media Days, and we got our last interview in the books. head coach for Boise State, the Broncos, Spencer Danielson. Coach, thanks for the time, and man, you're the toughest guy to get out here.
Man, you guys are popular too. I've seen the line coming through over here. No, but I appreciate you guys taking time and been looking forward to talking to you guys.
Heck yeah! All right, so you've been Coach of the Year. You obviously, my goodness, you guys have. I mean, just an incredible year from start to finish. You know, college football playoff. You guys win the Mountain West Championship on your home turf. Let's start with the championship. Winning in front of your home crowd. You know, they storm the field. They take the field goal post out to the river. You know, that's got to be just an all-time moment in your coaching career.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, thank you, Jesus. It was an amazing moment, amazing season. But that is in the past. And I'll tell you what, we had a dogfight against San Jose State. I mean, Coach Niumatalolo, I think, is one of the best coaches in the entire country. A guy that I have so much respect for, not only in how he coaches, but who he is as a person. Yeah, I can't say enough good things about Coach Niumatalolo. And really excited about who they're going to be this season. Really excited about our team. And I think everybody this time of year is talking about who they're going to be, but we all got to go put the work in and go do it now.
Exactly. You know, and obviously you've been probably trying to answer all the questions. Well, how is this team going to do without Ashton Genty, right?
Correct.
You know, and, you know, here's the thing. You guys did a really good job at reloading, you know. Malik Sherrod, Fresno State.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan, and I know you're a big fan. You've been preaching to the choir about a guy named Sire Gaines.
Yep.
You know, I think, you know, with those two guys, plus you got Jambries Dubar back, you know, just talk to me about, you know, this backfield, because quite honestly, as crazy as it sounds, there very well just might not be a drop off.
No, I mean, they're obviously, when you lose the best football player in the country, there's going to be things that you got to continually grow as a coach, as a team. But every year's a new year. And Sire Gaines, one of the hardest workers I've ever been around. And I think he's going to be one of the better running backs we've ever had at Boise State. Malik Sherrod is lightning in a bottle. I mean, he can make you miss and take it the distance. Breezy Dubar, Dylan Riley. I mean, we got a stable. It's going to be competition through the roof in fall camp.
Yeah, you know, Cage Casey, left tackle. You know, this guy's been representing you guys well. You know, anchoring on the offensive line. You know, just talk to me about, you know, what he brings. You know, obviously, you know, he's the guy that's throwing down blocks and, you know, doing all that stuff, creating all the gaps for the run game. But from a leadership aspect, that guy's just got a voice. You know, we had him at our booth, and like, man, that guy just speaks with such confidence.
Oh, he's a phenomenal human being. I mean, married, disciplined. He's got a gym pass for an outside gym. So when football workouts are over and he goes home, he works out there at night. I mean, that's just the type of person he is. And he's grown so much in who he is as a leader. The sky's the limit for Cage Casey.
You know, you talked about the San Jose State matchup last year. I mean, just what a crazy game. You guys, it seems like you guys were going to have to deal with some adversity in some of those Mountain West games just because, you know, just the familiarity. But man, that game last year, and I feel like, you know, just the head-to-head series just doesn't get talked about enough because those games are just absolute fireworks.
Oh.
You know, SGSU has the lead. You guys come back. It just seems like there's always drama in those games.
Oh man, it's The year before that when we played on the blue.
Yeah.
And
it was
17
to like
yes,
7 early.
And it was down to the wire.
Yep.
By the grace of God, we won that one. And this past year, we're down 14-0, and the Spartans have the ball on the 5-yard line, something like that. I mean, it's just, I have so much respect for Coach Niumatalolo, the players, the coaching staff, the fan base. I mean, you guys are a part of a phenomenal organization.
I just feel like so I've been out to Boise, San Jose State it was in the Potato Bowl years ago. And I just feel like the city of Boise, I was out there in, 2021 timeframe, and it just seemed like the city of Boise, over the past years just got like a buzz to it. More people are moving out there. You guys got like Post Malone, doing concerts out there. I mean, is there, from your perspective and just, living out there, is there just like Boise is just kind of popping and then, everyone's just kind of coming on the map? I know, just outside of, the football product.
Yeah. I mean, Boise, Idaho is a great place to live. Great place to live. I'm from Southern California. And since we moved to Boise, we've been there 9 years now. I mean, it's home. I mean, I love living there. It's got a community that loves their team. There's no NFL team. There's no baseball team. There's no basketball team. It's the Boise State Broncos. And it's just, it's a phenomenal place to live. I love it. If football was over tomorrow, we would live in Boise, Idaho.
Love it. For you guys, defensively, you guys bring a lot back on that end. And, Jaden Virgin Morgan's going to be a big part of that, on the edge. But, your secondary, you guys got tons of guys back between Irby and Benefield. The list goes on. Just talk to me about, for you guys, roster continuity. So important.
It's huge.
You guys got you practically almost your whole defense back.
Yeah. I mean, retention of players in this day and age is everything. Recruiting is always going to be a big part. Not taking anything away from recruiting, but if you can't keep your players, you'll never be able to sustain excellence. And for us, I mean, our best players are players that come to us as freshmen, develop, grow, improve. And you can see that on our defense side of the ball. I mean, with those guys coming back, I mean, the amount of growth I've seen from them even this offseason, I mean, they are chomping at the bit. Can't wait to play this season. Ty Benefield, Amara McCoy, Jeremiah Irby, Devon Banks, Dion Washington. I mean, these are all guys that played and started last year that are back and excited to take our defense to another level.
Maddox Madsen. I feel like, everyone was like Ashton Genty for you guys last year. Didn't get enough credit, I thought.
Yeah, agreed.
At UNLV, he had I thought just a massive drive, manufactured the clock for 8 minutes, and you guys ultimately never gave the Rebels back the ball in that game. Just talk to me about the growth for him and, junior campaign. This guy just keeps getting better and better, it seems like.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there was so much hype around Ashton. That was deserved and earned. But I do think people outside don't quite understand how pivotal Maddox was to the success of our team last year. I mean, made great decisions with the football, very rarely turned it over, wouldn't get sacked because he was quick with his release and finding the right place to go with the rock. Made big-time plays and big-time moments, and he's had a great offseason. I think he's going to be one of the better quarterbacks around.
When I was in Boise, I ate at a place called Barbacoa.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
Great spot.
So let me ask you this: next time I'm in Boise, where's the next food spot I have to hit?
What's your favorite type of food?
Honestly, I'm half Italian.
Okay.
So I'm on the Mexican food or Italian.
So there is an Italian steakhouse. Shoot, what is the name of it now? I'm missing it. But there's an Italian restaurant called Luciano's that is absolutely fire. And then there's an Italian. Hey, Coots, what's the name of the Italian steakhouse that just got built? Corso's. Oh, I've been there multiple times. You got to go there.
All right, we're gonna bookmark it for sure. We're gonna try to we're gonna be out in Boise, Idaho.
Come on, man.
Here in the future.
Let's go.
We're gonna get out there again.
Sounds good.
Hey, head coach Spencer Danielson, appreciate you for taking some time for us today. Back end of here at the schedule, and appreciate you and best of luck out there this year.
Thank you. God bless you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys, man.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me hop on.
Oh yeah. There you have it, head coach for Boise State, the Broncos, Spencer Danielson. I'm going to just tell you, got a whole lot of respect for this guy. You know, he's chopping it up with our crew right now. I mean, like, my goodness, like, just that's a guy I want to play for. Like, seriously, like, he's awesome. You know, just like, this is the guy right here. I got a whole lot of respect for Spencer Danielson. You know, taking some time for us. You know, we were supposed to have him on, and I'll tell you what, we really appreciate him for, you know, coming back. You know, just massive kudos. You know, for Boise State, because, you know, rightfully so. Everyone wants to talk. Everyone wants to talk to you know, the reigning Mountain West Coach of the Year after their season last year. You know, I didn't want to overwhelm him with the college football playoff stuff. You know, I wanted to know all the craziness with all the carnage that took place on the home turf with the field goal post. But you know, man, let me just say, Boise State, they're in a really good spot. They're the preseason favorite for a reason. Can you believe they're the preseason favorite for like the 18th straight year? 18th straight year, the preseason favorite. Like, that's crazy. Yeah, just awesome stuff for Boise State. Ashton Genty, just a remarkable season. And I'll tell you what, I think this is going to be like the year for Maddox Matson, where, you know, he's going to grow as at the quarterback position. He's going to finally get some kudos in that regard. But look, just want to, before we sign off here, we got a whole lot of people to thank. You know, to our crew, Evan Weiss and Cara Bench, appreciate you guys for coming along for the ride. You know, supporting us with all the interviews. You guys have done so much behind the scenes to help me out, and, you know, the hospitality has been great out here. So appreciate our crew, you know, for coming along for the ride. For all the SIDs with all the Mountain West institutions, man, well organized event, I have to say. You know, just some great stuff all around. And, you know, for all the coaches, all the student athletes, for you know, the Mountain West commish, Gloria Navarez, for coming on, to SJSU AD Jeff Konya, and, you know, just to even, you know, all the impromptu stuff. Our boy Colby Dant, this guy, you know, has been awesome. You know, he came on yesterday. We've been just talking, you know, college football every single time, you know, that we get. So, you know, it's been awesome. You know, the people out here are great. You know, we've met a whole bunch of people out here, and, you know, this is why you come to events like this. And, you know, us media folks love it, and we're gonna most certainly be back. And you know, just appreciate all the love back in San Jose. San Jose State. Hey, 6 weeks and a day until they're kicking off for Central Michigan. So the countdown to kickoff is officially on, and we most certainly can't wait for it. You know, talking football, you just want the season to start tomorrow. You know, that's just how I feel about it. So, hey, we're gonna sign off from out here in Las Vegas. We're gonna go get some grub. We're gonna go offline here. It's been a long day. We're running off, you know, just coffee and water here. We've been getting fed, but, like, my goodness, we're running on fumes here. So, hey, appreciate the love from everybody that tuned in the past 2 days. We'll be definitely talking down the road. This is Nick Urias signing off straight from the Strip in Las Vegas, Nevada, at Mountain West Football Media Days inside Circa Resort and Casino. Peace, y'all.
Yay!